On Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, White, Swinton, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Labange moves and Ms. Perry seconds. Without objection, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Weezer moves and Mr. Alarcon seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday, and there's a flag salute.
Okay, if I could welcome back Mr. Zine, and if you'd be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if I could ask everybody to please rise in council chambers for our salute to the flag.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please place your hand over your heart. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Good to have you back. And if we can please run through the agenda.
On the regular agenda, items 1 and 2 are street lighting district ordinances notice for public hearing. Council should have 12 members. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold that on the desk until Mr. Reyes, Parks, or Hahn are here, please. Next items?
Item 3 is an ordinance notice for public hearing. Do you wish to hold that?
Yes, please. Next items?
Item 4 is the Fashion District Property Business Improvement District notice for public hearing, and there are cards on that matter.
Okay. So we'll call that special for cards from the public. Next item?
Item 5 is a public convenience or necessity item in Council District 13, and the recommendation is to grant the application.
Okay, I will move that. And if there are no cards, we'll open and close the public hearing. And if we can please prepare the roll on item 5 and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Item 5 is approved. Colleagues, all items will go forthwith today without objection. Next items, please.
Mr. President, there are now 12 members. Do you wish to take up those ordinances?
Yes, please. Let's take up 1 through 3. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote. I don't have a card right now.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next items. We'll wait if there's cards, and we'll take that up if it got in before. Next items, please.
Items 6 through 47 are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 6 and 7 are commission appointments. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold the commissioner nominations on the desk.
And, Mr. President, there's a request to continue items 10 through 15 one day to December 17th.
Okay. Is there any objection to continuing items 10 through 15 to the 17th? If not, we'll go ahead and do that. That'll be the order.
And, Mr. President, there's one last request to continue item 33 one day to December 17th.
Without objection? Item 33?
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Labange?
on those continuations, is anybody here from the police department in this chambers right now on those issues?
I do not know the answer to that.
Is anybody here from the police department on those issues? I could talk to you on the ropes. Thanks.
Okay, without objection, we'll continue those. And any other specials, colleagues, now between 8 and 47, please. 8 and 47. Mr. Weezer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. 40 and 45 special, please.
Okay, 40 and 45 for Mr. Weezer. Mr. Weiss?
I'll call 44 special.
All right. 44 for Mr. Weiss. Other specials, colleagues? Any other specials? Yeah, Mr. Weezer? 46? Okay. 46 for Mr. Weezer. And if there's no... We have had public hearings on these, so if there's nobody who wishes to reopen the public hearings or call any other special, let's go ahead and prepare the roll
Thank you.
on the balance and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. All those will go forthwith like all items today. Next items, please.
Items 48 through 70 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, do we have any cards on those?
Yes, Mr. President. There are cards on items 48, 49, 52, 55, 58, 66, and that's it.
Okay. We'll open and close the other hearings. Mr. Reyes and then Mr. Weiss.
65, please.
65 for Mr. Reyes. Mr. Weiss?
Items 10 through 15, Mr. President, could we continue them until tomorrow's agenda?
Yeah, we did that. We've done that.
Thank you.
Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and take up the balance. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. We can go to the next items, please.
On the supplemental agenda, item 71 is an item notice for public hearing, and I believe there's a card on that.
Okay, we'll call that special for a card from the public. Next items, please.
Item-
Sorry, on 71, you said? No card on 71? Okay, so let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 71 and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items.
Items 72 through 79 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Without objection, we'll consider those. Those are before us. Do we have cards on any of those?
There are cards on 72, 75, and 79.
Okay. Any specials from the floor? Any specials from colleagues? None? We will go ahead and open the roll. Oh, Mr. Okay. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay. Those are approved. We can go to the next two items.
Items 80 and 81 are the closed session items. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold those on the desk. And if we can call the roll for the special meeting, please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Garcetti. 12 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. Do we have 82? If we can hold that on the desk for now, I'll call that special. And next item, 83. Do we have a card on that?
Yes, Mr. President, there is a card on that item.
Okay. We'll call that special for a card from the public. And if we can continue the special meeting back to the regular meeting, we can take up the commissioners before we go to public comment. The commissioner nominations. Yes, Mr. Labange?
Mr. President, I made a bet when the Dodgers played the Philadelphia Phillies with the councilman Curtis Jones of the 4th District, and the Dodgers tried gallantly, but they didn't win. So to ante up on the bet, I'm wearing a Philadelphia Phillies T-shirt today. I'm also sending the Philadelphia council members some Dodger dogs, also sending them some pumpkin bread for the monastery, and also sending them 11 books on the city of Los Angeles for the public libraries. For today, we salute the Philadelphia Phillies in the 4th District. Thanks to Council Member Curtis Jones for the city of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Let the record reflect that was a private bet between Mr. Labange and that one council member, not on behalf of the entire city council, but we appreciate you. And,
4th District to 4th District.
The 4th District to 4th District, and we thank you for being a man of your word, as always. Ms. Gruel.
Thank you.
Take one.
Ms. Gruel?
I just had a quick question. I was going to call 83 special, but it looks like you may have from a card. And
Which one? Sorry?
83.
83.
Yeah, you have a card.
We do have
Okay.
a card, yep.
And on 82, or I didn't hear, are you going to
I'm
continue
holding
that?
on the
What's-
desk right now.
I'm sorry?
I'm holding on the desk for the report right now. We're trying to figure out whether the report is coming or not, but we're
Okay,
just holding on the desk.
Okay, because it had, I think, as you mentioned, been asked because the FSR is tomorrow to have.
Right, and I think that's the game plan, but I'm just
Okay.
holding on the desk for now. Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. If we can take up item 6, please, and ask, actually 6 and 7 together, and ask Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Yu to come forward, our nominees. And I'd like to recognize the chair of our transportation. Come all the way to the table and have a seat. And thank you both for offering yourself forward as nominees. And I'd like to recognize the chair of our Transportation Committee, Ms. Gruel.
Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome, ladies. We had this past week, they came to our Transportation Committee, and both of these commissioners, Stephanie Rodriguez, who works in my district, doesn't live in my district, works in my district, and Grace Yu is no stranger to these chambers as well.
Excuse me one second, Ms. Gruel. If I could ask the sergeants at arms and colleagues and members of the public, I know it's a very busy day with our last week before we go on recess. If folks could either move their conversations to behind council chambers or outside, we would like to be able to hear these nominations and the deliberations. So again, if I could ask everybody to just shh. Thank you very much, Ms. Gruel.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. And colleagues, these two individuals, as we talked in Transportation Committee, understand the importance of this issue. understand how important it is to get our residents and citizens' input as to the plans going forward and the strategic plan we talked about. So I am here to say we're very lucky to have these two women serve on the Transportation Committee, and thank you for your willingness to do so. And Mr. Garcetti, I ask that we have a unanimous, hopefully, adoption of their confirmation here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, I just wanted to echo that. We have a long meeting today. We don't need to do anything more than welcome you here. We did it in committee. You both answered the questions that mattered a lot to me. I want more bus-only lanes. I want to tie Measure R and all of those issues directly into what we do going forward. The gridlock on the west side is unbearable. We are widening streets. We're putting in left-hand turn signals, and the two of you have shown a great commitment to our great city, and I congratulate you for coming up. And obviously, as Ms. Gruhl said, we would hope we get a unanimous vote for your confirmation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Would either of the nominees like to say anything about what their service and their hopes and expectations? We give you this courtesy right now, so please.
I'm Stephanie Rodriguez. I'm a native of Los Angeles. I'm currently a public affairs director for CBS 2 and KCAL 9, located in Studio City. I'm a Valley girl, live in the community of Arleta, and I'm really honored to be here. And just want to say that I'm looking forward to working on the complexities of the transportation and traffic issues that are going to be coming before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Grace Yu with the Korean American Coalition. I am a longtime resident of Los Angeles and actually reside in President Garcetti's, but I actually deal with so many of our council members that I feel like I'm just, your favorite Korean American sometimes. And I really appreciate the fact that you guys have allowed me to serve our great city on this committee, and thank you so much for the honor. I'm sure we'll have lots of headaches, but they'll be good ones because they'll need to help resolve the traffic situation in our city. Thank you.
Headaches and traffic never go together, so don't worry. I'm sure it'll be very easy, and we look forward to traffic being solved under your watch. So, but with that, we've got two great nominees. I want to thank you for putting yourself forward for service, and thank Ms. Gruhl for shepherding you through Transportation Committee. And if no other members wish to be heard, let's go ahead and open the roll on these nominations, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations to our commissioners. Welcome aboard. We take up general public comment next for items that are not on the agenda but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. Our first speaker is Sky Anderson. There are 2 minutes per speaker, and there's a clock there to help everybody guide their time. After that, we'll hear from Clyde Williams. Very good morning, Mr. Anderson.
I'm Sky Anderson, a resident of Los Angeles and a community activist. It's with great sadness that I'm going to talk about what I have to talk about. I grew up in the South, and a black man shouted off to a white man. It wasn't long before the Ku Klux Klan came around and hung him. The other day I was in a Jack in the Box restaurant, and I saw two little girls, 7 and 8, both black, both beautiful, slim, with fashion hats on, dancing around, having the best time, having the least fear at all. They would be intimidated. That's because of the work of Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy. They empowered the public. They weren't selfish. They empowered the public. And what we got today, we got the city council, which is corrupt, trying to silence the public, trying to silence the watchdogs. The only 3 exceptions to this, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. LeBons, and Mr. Zen. The rest are just selfish, corrupt politicians. Mr. Garcetti, you're running for city council again. I have this flyer I can put in 24 by 36, put all over Hollywood. Whenever you appear, we can have it as a sign. I've already distributed this to all the other city council persons. I can distribute to the public. It reads, King Garcetti's corrupt city council is killing the public media. I haven't heard you say one thing positive about public access since you've been on the city council. Here was an article that on the front page of the LA Weekly explaining just how this corruption came about at the state level and the city level. Mr. Garcetti, I asked you to do one thing, 2 things.
Excuse me, the speaker should speak to the whole council and not just one member.
Give the city council, give the city public access 1 channel and a minimum of 4 studios. Preferably adopt all the 12 studios that the ruthless corporation of Time Warner got rid of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
I'm not
Thank,
gonna quit
thank you
on
for your
this. Make a
continuing
change.
activism in Hollywood. Appreciate the work we've been able to do together. Clyde Williams is our next speaker. After that is Richard Kearns.
My name is Dr. Clyde Williams, resident of 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. On tomorrow's agenda, item 63G is an extension of a final map for approval. It is in El Sereno and is recommended for approval. This is part of Elephant Hill. Such approval would be a discretionary action in CEQA. The map file has 11 pages of conditions and requirements and indicated, one, that the density for the parcel was not approved and needed to be verified for compliance. 11 pages of conditions and requirements were needed for reasons of public health and safety. These requirements were prerequisites for development of the surrounding area and neighborhood, Elephant Hill. The final map had to be recorded within 36 months, September 30th, 2008, 10 weeks ago. No requests for extensions or appeals were to be accepted based upon the 2005 finding. I recommend that you withhold the approval until the approval also was conditioned on having a geology and soils report submitted. So I recommend that you do not approve it tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Kearns is our next speaker. After that is Cheryl Akili.
Good morning. My name is Richard Kearns. I'm an AIDS activist and long-term survivor, medical cannabis patient and advocate, poet and journalist. I have given the clerk a copy of my prepared remarks. I'm here this morning to urge you to proceed with a sense of urgency regarding the city's medical cannabis ordinance. The clock is ticking. The California Attorney General's recommendations are available. There is LA County ordinance to use as a model, as well as ordinance from other municipalities in California, ordinance that reflects community input and addresses dispensing facilities, not just cultivation. Where is the city attorney's progress report? Today in Los Angeles, there are 187 dispensaries open under the interim control ordinance. 103 hardship case applications pending. An unknown but significant number of those clinics have relocated themselves already. Additionally, an unknown but significant number of dispensaries have opened outside the structure of the ICO. The DEA has suggested that the only relevant impact of the medical cannabis clinics has been to encourage criminal behavior, that staying alive is against the law, that this movement ultimately seeks to decriminalize a dangerous substance. I suggest to you that whether or not cannabis is decriminalized, we will still need clinics for medical users. This is not about abusing drugs, it's about saving lives. We need just law to help patients create livable lives. We need fair, community-respecting ordinance to stay alive. I ask you to reconvene the working group, put it back on the agenda, and charge us with overseeing the progress of the ordinance. I ask you to advocate with us in Congress. We hope council members will join with waiting San Francisco Supervisor Ross Macarini to testify with us in D.C. because just medicine is good medicine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Cheryl Akili is next, and then after that is Zuma Dog.
Hello, City Council. I'd
morning.
really appreciate it if you can give me your attention just for a moment. We're here for public comment. I know you guys are really busy trying to figure out this budget so you can go on holiday, but I drove from the west side. I paid $9 to park. I'm a student on a limited budget. I'm also a medical cannabis patient, and it's very difficult for me to talk about my own condition. So I really appreciate it if you could give me your attention.
You have the council's attention. We're working on the sides as well. And I would
Thank
just
you.
reiterate to all our staff, if you could please take your conversations outside. Thank you. Please.
I have a story that I'd like to tell you. It is very difficult for me to talk about my own condition. It gets embarrassing, but I've been trying to get out in the public more and do a lot more work in the public. And I went to an Obama neighborhood city meeting for the community, and we were introducing ourselves, and it was a room full of older women, and I was a little embarrassed to mention my major concern, which is medical marijuana, and I told them, I'm not sure if I should bring it up, but it's pretty controversial. I don't know how you guys feel about this. And I'm sitting next to two little old ladies, probably in their 60s or 70s, and they all laugh and say, we're Democrats. You can tell me anything you want. Just let us know. And I said, I'm a medical marijuana patient. It's very important to me. And they all started laughing, and the little old lady next to me said, oh, I just think they should legalize it for everybody. And so I want to let you know I'm here. I depend on these dispensaries, and that means I depend on you for regulations. I know you guys are busy with other things, budgets, and making this city run, but if you could get on the ordinance, Mr. City Attorney and the rest of the council, I would really appreciate it if you could move forward with this. We'd like to be put back on the agenda, get the working committee back together. It really helps us to have these community centers and have safe access. I do not want to buy on the black market, and no rules that you can come up with will make me not need medical marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Akili. We have Zuma Dog as our next speaker. Oscar Johnson will follow. And we do have your card on number 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric. Zuma Dog, candidate for mayor. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Richard Kearns and everybody who's been coming to the council meetings for so many weeks in a row every day for this very compassionate issue, state approved. So I hope you pay attention. My name's Zuma Dog, candidate for mayor. You could read more about my platforms at zumadogformayor.com. And also thank you to Sky for mentioning this article in LA Weekly about public access. I'd like everybody on laweekly.com, all the council members, in case you didn't see it. And they also feature me, Zuma Dog, quite a bit. I've been on public access, and I'd like to say that when they say, gee, public access, YouTube's good enough. Well, you know, I'd like to see the mayor, Antonio Viagra Osa, run his campaign on YouTube. So please do something about public access. Look at the LA Weekly featuring Zuma Dog. Also, thank you to Boulevard Sentinel. I'd like to read out of this now. Boulevard Sentinel and The Voice, they have both published articles by Zuma Dog about my candidacy. Basically, my name is Zuma Dog, and after attending most of the council meetings over the past 2.5 years, I do not like what I see regarding the way the current mayor and council is running the city. First of all, the city of Los Angeles is worse than Vegas. At least with Vegas, you have set odds. The city of LA will try to get away with anything in violation of the Constitution, city charter, even state or federal law. Then it's up to you, the constituent, to sue the city. But most people can't. The city knows that. That's what they plan on. So things like the Clear Channel billboards I talk about here in the article. Basically, I like to say, Zuma Dog, why am I running for mayor? I think that this city is a corrupt racket of fraud, waste, and abuse. Every day they wake up and say, how can they get their grubby mitts on all the money that's earmarked for the community? And then they give it to their cronies and these fake nonprofit organizations. And I say, Zuma Dog is mayor. The number one thing we need to see under these harsh economic times is that when there's federal and state money to provide services in the community, it goes into the community, not into your shady crony cahoots racket nonprofits. ZumaDogForMayor.com. Take back the city. No Weiss for city attorney.
Our next speaker is Oscar Johnson. After that, we'll go out to the San Fernando Valley, and Rick Nightingale will follow Mr. Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilman. My name is Oscar Johnson, I'm a citizen of Los Angeles, and I see how we have failed our country and see how we have neglected our Constitution, the laws that govern us. Seem as though the Democratic Party and Republican Party are outside interests of America. They're un-American parties, and we're not governed by un-American people, but we are American citizens, and we're governed by un-American parties. Seem as though they're brought here to America to bring this country down. They have divided the families, they have divided the labor, they have divided the peoples in America against each other, and that's un-America. It's un-America for one race of people have authority over other race of people. As we see what's happening with our police department. On November 11th, the policeman went and killed an murdered an innocent citizen of Los Angeles in the witness of hundreds of people. But there are no consequences of police action. Policemen that have guns to shoot as they will. But it should be against the Constitution, against the law for the police to carry their pistols, but the citizens should not carry their pistols. We should make laws just for all citizens of the United States. And we were talking about the FBI in the days of Prohibition. Everything that the underworld was doing, it seemed as though it was illegal. But when the politicians began to do what the underworld was doing, they made it legal. But it seemed what the Godfather movie said, that politicians were nothing but organized crimes. It seemed to be organized crime, in other words, with power, that neglect the responsibility and duty of other people. We should end corruption in government, end government waste, end government spending. We look at today as the economic keep collapsing and it's not getting any better, it's going to get far worse. We see that 1 out of every 8 Americans live sub below poverty. And we're really neglecting our duty to America. And how we have been executed, we have been identified as animals. As animalistic, not human. But once I seen what the founder father, founder father John Adams said about American politics and democracy in America, that it'd be hard to be without Mars. American politics would be hard to be successful without Mars.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our next speaker is in Van Nuys, Rick Nightingale. After that, we'll come back here for Matt Dowd. Good morning, Mr. Nightingale.
Yeah, good morning, Rick Nightingale. Boy, I was reading the paper again. I cannot believe I am so. There's no other word that I know that just makes me ashamed of you people. That turns around about Laura Cheeks. That she turned around and she has a job to do. She was elected to do her job, and you won't let her do her job. About the city attorney and that. It's just unbelievable. You are so afraid of her because if she might come after one of you for all the crony things that a lot of you people do. But that's what she's paid to do. That's what we elected her to do, and you don't want her to do it. Why should the city attorney get to pay a lawyer that he has 600 lawyers behind? Aren't they qualified to do anything except maybe fight a parking ticket? I mean, you want them to turn around and they get to pay outside counsel to turn around and fight her, and she asks you to pay for some lawyer, and you say no. That's unbelievable. She is doing what we want, and you think that these people think that there's no corruption in the city attorney's office? Man, you better go to the moon, because it's all over the place, and I'll bet it's worse there. And anybody that fights this hard against something, they're guilty. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I mean, there's no other thing about it. Same as the city council. This is as bad as Illinois. I'll bet you if you scrape the surface, just like Zuma Zog says, if you scrape the surface, it's all over here. Regarding like Councilman Alicon turned around and how he got in office because the other two people backed out, but they got good jobs now. It's like you scratch mine, I scratch yours. Like I said before, this is like a fraternity sorority. You don't go against each other, but you slide each other around. And that's just the way it is. Same as James Law. You didn't back that up. And it didn't get on the ballot because they didn't get enough signatures. It's just unbelievable that what you people are doing. I just don't understand. The people should rise up pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nightingale. Our next speaker is Matt Dowd. After that is Candido Mares. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, City Council. Nice to see Noel Weiss here today. He's not normally here. Let's vote for Noel Weiss for City Attorney. Hopefully he can do good things in the Attorney's office. I feel the frustration from Van Nuys, Rick Nightingale, Althea Shore, some of these people, they're banging their heads against the same brick wall we banged our heads against. So yeah, we did sue. We did go to federal court. And then the city chooses to be in contempt of that court even when their attorneys were plainly instructed to do something by the judge, and then they turn around and settled with the other party, but they turn around and go, oh no, we'll stay in contempt of Dean Pregerson. I want to talk about Obama, President-elect, Eric Garcetti. You missed my comments the other day, but I'm going to move on from there. He wants change. And you got like Oscar Johnson. Oh my God, how many times has he come up here? And where's the liaison between that? He wants to do things downtown with the homeless and African Americans and all kind of good things. But nobody's talking to him. Philadelphia, I love Philadelphia. Tom LaBonge, that's my link to the U.S. from my hometown, New Zealand, Auckland, sister city. So yeah, I love Philly, and So many things to talk about and so little time. What about the $3 for the parking meters right outside here, everybody? Who carries around $3 worth of change all the time? You know, it's impossible. For 1 hour, $3, you know, like, it's insanity. And it's the crazy mayor and the dumb city attorney of Los Angeles who think that this is going to work.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Candido Maris, and after that is Zuma. Oh no, we heard from Zuma Dog.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, Good Yontif, Happy Kwanzaa. And if I've missed anything, I apologize. But I just want to thank everyone and again wish them happy holidays. I've been coming here since 1991, and that's the most beautiful Christmas tree that I've ever seen in this hall. So whoever put it up, it's fantastic. But again, it's beautiful, and I hope people see it. I just want to ask you as we go into the new year, I'm not criticizing, but I want to ask, and I hope that you'll ask yourself, did you do the best for your constituents this year? Did you give more than you received? And I want you to carry that into the next year. I'm not here to criticize, but there is a change. And what you see here in the public comment is like a revolution. There's an upheaval. People are getting tired of the same nonsense. So you may think it's just a bunch of individuals a little out there a little bit, but it isn't. It's out there. It's grassroots, and it's starting to happen. I just hope that you'll listen. And Ms. Chick, I've got that first dollar. I know you need to raise $100,000, and I'm not criticizing the council. I'll let everything fall in its place. But this dollar, and I'd like to give it to the police officer. If 100,000 people, I'll give it a dollar, we can raise that money for Ms. Chick's church. So may I give this dollar to one of the officers? Is that allowed?
I don't think it is, sir. I'm sorry. Maybe you can make it symbolically. Give it to Zuma Dog.
I'll give it to this individual.
He'll spend it well.
And again,
Matt
Mr.
Dowd will put it
President,
in the meters.
council members, you're on my time, Mr. President. I'm not being disrespectful. It's not to investigate the city council, but there's a group, a union that has so much control over this council and the city that until we are willing to face them and challenge them, nothing's going to change in this city. So, again, happy holidays, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. That will close our general public comment right now. We have a request to take item 65 out of order from Mr. Reyes. If there's no objection, and then we'll deal with the budget thing right after that. Mr. Parks,
Consider number 28, the attachment with all of the details of that contract were omitted on the original file.
We'll take that up right after this one. Absolutely. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I stand to ask for your support for a very, I believe, important and historical occasion, given that we want to honor the first Latino commissioner, Mr. Joe M. Sanchez, who sat as a commissioner for the fire department under the Bradley administration. The plaque will be placed at Lincoln Heights Fire Station number 1 at 2230 Pasadena Avenue. In September of '73, Mayor Bradley names Mr. Sanchez to the city's Board of Fire Commissioners, thereby being the first Latino appointed to the Fire Commission in modern times. He was elected to serve as President Pro Tem of the Commission for the terms of 1973 to 1976, and as Vice President for the term of 1977-78. During his tenure, Mr. Sanchez distinguished himself through the commitment of the goals of the consent decree and the affirmative action program for the hiring of minorities by the Los Angeles City's Fire Department. While serving as a fire commissioner, his leadership resulted in the following: an increase in the number of Spanish-learning people working in the fire department as firefighters, paramedics, and civilians from 67 to 300. During his tenure, the number of bilingual positions in the fire department rose from 12 to 119. As a bilingual emergency training program taught firefighters emergency phrases in Spanish to help save more lives of those who did not understand English. The publication of a fire prevention brochures in Spanish and a citywide study to assure equal services to all areas of the city of Los Angeles. I know Mr. Sanchez. He is an individual who's been very active in the community, both citywide, regional-wide, as a leader in the Mexican American Grocers Association, has led many, many causes, has helped our community in many different levels for all Angelenos. So, colleagues, I ask if we could honor them. I'd like to present to you his family's here in his place. He'd love to be here. Again, we have the type of leadership that reflects a great family. We have Gloria Sanchez Alvarez, a daughter who is manager of Eastern Group Publications, the largest chain of Hispanic-owned newspapers in the U.S. Thank you for joining us. We have Mark Sanchez Ramos. I'm sorry, Sarah Sanchez Ramos. I have my glasses. His daughter. Thank you for joining us. And Michael Sanchez, his son. So I want to thank them. I want to thank Laura Belvedere, Mr. Sanchez's wife, who could not join us this morning. Well, we know he is not feeling very well these days, but we hope to see him at the grand ceremony that we hope to have when we unveil the plaque. And colleagues, I ask for an aye vote. Again, these are the giants who were making change 30, 40 years ago, and we now feel it given the quality of service that our firefighters are now promoting. And it's because it started with one person who dared ask the question, who dared challenge the system for the betterment of all Los Angeles. So thank you so much. I ask for a unanimous vote. And again, I thank the Sanchez family for being here this morning. I look forward to having that great event over in Lincoln Heights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. What a great day that you brought this up for a great man and a great family who's always had an impact. As someone who's been around here all those years when Joe Sanchez was appointed to the commission, he did bring great vision to the commission for great positive change for all people in leadership roles. And I'm proud of he and his wife. I'm proud that they're members of our Mother of Good Counsel Church on Vermont Avenue. I'm proud they're good residents of the Griffith Park area, and it's such a positive force. He was and is a great giant of a person, and to recognize him now is so important, so appropriate at Fire Station 1 on Pasadena Avenue, which is on the National Register, I believe, for an architectural building as well. Your father is a Superman, and I just think this is so great that you give him this recognition, Mr. Reyes. This is a wonderful thing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you. If there's no other members that wish to be heard, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 65 and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. That is approved. Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. We have reconsideration of number 28, and let's stick number 3 on there, too, since we had a card from the public. Is there reconsideration? Also, what number? 4 and 47. 3, 28, and 47, please. We can open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. I'd like to recognize Mr. Parks on item 82 at this time.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to continue that till tomorrow so they could be coupled up with another item that deals with the third FSR, and then I think we would save a great deal of time rather than going through it twice because these reports are compatible with each other.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, we'll continue that one day and we'll combine that with the FSR and we'll take those together next meeting. Right. Okay. That will be continued one day. We have a request from Mr. Alarcon to reconsider 42, please. If we can open the roll on 42. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That will be reconsidered as well. Go to item 3 next. And on item 3, we have one speaker card. Mr. Dog, if you'd like to come forward.
Yes, thank you, Zumadog. I'm running for mayor of Los Angeles. More at zumadogformayor.com. And this ties into that because it's about establishing the amounts. Oh, yes. They want to recount the ballot. We got elections coming up in March, and this is how much money can be authorized for the recounting of ballots. Zuma Dog is candidate for mayor of Los Angeles in the March 3rd, 2009 election, is here to say break the bank on as much money as possible for recounts. Zuma Dog says this mayoral election, you're going to need to do a recount probably. It's going to be very, very close. And you know, the closer the race, the more need there is for recounts and the more expenditures. Because on the ballot, you have Antonio Villaraigosa, and Zuma Dog will be right under. So you've got Mayor Antonio, so when people get to the polls, they'll see the mayor's name and then Zuma Dog, so that's going to immediately help me, because if people don't know I'm on the ballot, because they don't get a flyer or TV commercials because I won't have them, they'll go to vote for the mayor. Oh, I didn't know Zuma Dog was on the ballot. Cha-ching. It's the FU vote. And the reason why it's going to be very, very, very close is besides of the rise of Zuma Dog in the media, we have Antonio Villaraigosa, who has lost so much support in his own community. He sits here, he has lost so much support, and I'm here to say that the Marthalis Salinas affair in which he, we all know about that. Well, he lost a lot of support in the community over that as mayor. And although I say, well, gee, that's not like city business, there'll be much less people voting for Antonio Villaraigosa. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to vote for Zuma Dog, but it does mean my gap is going to be much widened, it's going to be much more narrow of a gap, because much less people will be voting for Antonio. Plus, I've been contacted by people in CD14 and CD1. They said, we helped grassroots effort get Antonio into office first time. Zuma, we're handing you the printing presses, the call centers. We're going to get you signs. We're backing you this time. We're going door to door for you, Zuma Dog, because we're sick of this mayor. ZumaDogForMayor.com. Spend the money for the recount.
Thank you. That will be the comments on item 3. If we can please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you. Mr. Alarcon had a quick amendment on item 42, I believe. Mr. Alarcon, on item 42.
Members, I ask for reconsideration of this item simply to introduce an amendment that has been seconded by Ms. Hahn to allow me to move money from my Lopez Canyon Amenities Fund to cover the costs of a contract for communities in school at Maclay Middle School. So this doesn't affect any other provisions in it. It just helps us to provide service at Maclay Middle School in my district with money out of my discretionary funds. Thank you.
Okay. Without objection, we'll go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote as amended.
14 ayes.
That is approved. If we can go to the next item called special, please.
Item 4 called special for cards.
Okay, item 4 is next, and we have cards from the public on that. We will begin with Mark Chadoff. After Mr. Chadoff will be John Vandenenker. Mr. Chadoff here? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm not Mark Chadoff. I'm John Vandenhocker.
Okay. Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. We'll hold his card. Is he in the chambers? Why don't you go ahead, and if he's not here, we'll have to pass on him, but go ahead, please, first.
Yeah, I'm chairman of the board of the Fashion District bid, and I'm here in hopes that you'll ratify the renewal of the bid. For 20 years, I've been in Safe, Clean, and Clean. We had a program on the Santee Alley in the early 90s. I was president of the Alley Association there for 4 years, and I certainly hope that you'll ratify renewal of our bid. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming down this morning. Kent Smith is our next speaker. After that will be Steve Hirsch. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning. My name is Kent Smith. I'm the executive director of the LA Fashion District. We're the oldest property-based BID in Los Angeles. We've had a rather long approval process, as many of you may know, but we're delighted to report that we have petitions from property owners representing 55.8% of the assessment. Most importantly, key property owners who were reluctant to support the bid are now wholeheartedly behind our efforts to renew. We have signatures from 154 property owners representing 599 parcels. These range from our largest property owner, who represents 9.3% or $250,000 of our assessment, to our smallest property owner, who represents 0.01% and $38.65 of assessment. We're picking up 6 tons of trash per day. We're removing over 5,000 graffiti tags, and we have a safe team that acts as the eyes and ears of LAPD 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. We're responsible for $5.8 billion of economic activity in Los Angeles, supporting 66,000 jobs. The bid provides a foundation for that economic activity, and I just want to say that the city has been a very strong partner with the bid in making the Fashion District a success, and we'd like to acknowledge the city's efforts in that regard. We urge you to support the renewal of the district for another 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Steve Hirsch is our next speaker. After that is Steve Needleman. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. My name is Steve Hirsch. I'm a board member of the Fashion District Business Improvement District, and also we operate the Cooper Building on 9th and Los Angeles Streets. I'm just here to reiterate what Mr. Smith's comment and ask you to please support the renewal of the Fashion District bid. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Steve Needleman is next. After that is Russell Brown.
My name is... Thank you, Mr. Thank you very much. To all the council, thank you for your time and wishing you all a very happy holiday. My name is Steve Needleman. I'm with Anjac Fashion Buildings and the Orpheum Theater. I urge you all to please support the renewal of our bid for another 5 years. It is an important aspect to the downtown properties, and as the others have renewed, the Fashion District must get renewed as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Needleman. Thank you for the great work you've done in the city. Russell Brown is our next speaker, then Brady Westwater.
Good morning. My name is Russell Brown. I'm Executive Director of the Historic Downtown Bid. We're here also to speak in favor of the renewal of the Fashion District bid with one exception. It's very important that we have a strong neighbor beside us, and we don't want to do anything that will delay their renewal. However, we do have a property, Pacific Electric Lofts, that the property owner has requested to join the Historic Downtown bid. When you're forming bid, it's important to not only have commonality of neighborhood, but a leadership team that works together. We respected the wish of Steve Needleman to move to Fashion District. We also got approval from Fashion District to move some of Barry Schei's properties into ours and consolidate. We request that same with Alex Marotti. As part of the commonality, the PE Lofts is one of the most historic buildings downtown. It's residential. It's not Fashion District. It also has neighborhood serving retail, restaurants, bars, and clubs that are very compatible and indeed synergistic with the rest of what's going on in the historic downtown. We have a 24-hour neighborhood that we're developing. Fashion District is not that 24-hour neighborhood. But more importantly, on 3.5 sides, this property will be stranded, and all property north of 6th Street is being deleted from Fashion District. So we request that the City Council enthusiastically support the renewal of Fashion District, but also approve the exemption of PE Lofts that we will be picking up to provide services in historic downtown bid. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Brady Westwater.
My name is Brady Westwater. I'm speaking today as a member of the board of the Historic Downtown Business Improvement District, and I'm also Director of Business Development there. I'd also like to congratulate the Fashion bid. That's been a superbly run bid. We find them not only a great neighbor in the past, we hope they'll be a great neighbor in the future. We also want to thank the city, particularly the council members representing the area, the mayor's office, and especially Cynthia Ruiz, who stepped in and helped make their renewal a reality. There's only one thing we ask. Repeatedly, we've been promised that the Pacific Electric Building, which has been traditionally prior to this, had been part of the downtown historic business district, comes back to our district. It's a residential building. It completes Main Street, and it needs us to have the proper services. We've been informed in writing by Kent Smith that they would release it if the property owner requests. The property owner has requested this multiple times in writing, and we hope this will come to an amicable conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is, did Mark come back? Mark Chadoff? Come on down. Good
Mark
morning.
Chadoff, property owner in the Fashion District, California Flower Mall. I've been involved with the Fashion District since day one, since its inception in 1995, and I just want to applaud their efforts and all the work they've done for the last, 13, 14 years, and I just look forward to their continued support and your support for the Fashion District. Thank you.
Thank you. That will close the public comments on this. I'd like to recognize Ms. Perry.
Purposes of clarification, we're voting on today basically hearing the protests or any any potential protests on this, and I just wanted to ask for clarification because I was handed some communications this morning, and maybe Mr. Kent Smith can come back to the mic just to clarify that Pacific Electric Building has asked to be removed from
the Fashion District bid,
and included in
the historic downtown bid.
All right, and that is something that the Fashion BID has agreed to.
Yeah,
we're
prepared to release them. We just want to make sure that the services continue starting January 1st, 2009.
And have you gotten that agreement in place that the services will continue?
Not yet.
And so today's yours, even though you don't have an agreement in place in terms of the continuance of the services, when are you going to have that agreement?
You know, gets really up to the Pacific Electric Building and the historic downtown bid, and they haven't indicated anything formally in terms of an agreement to take over services January 1st, 2009. I know they want to do a Prop 218 vote to ultimately include the Pacific Electric Building as well as some other properties in the district, but I don't think that can happen immediately.
So if there's a gap in services around that frontage, what's the fallback position?
Well, I guess there's no services, and that would be difficult because Pacific Electric shares an important boundary for us on Los Angeles Street. And I think historic downtown wants to get those services, but I'm not sure if they know how to do it.
Hold my time. Okay. All right, today we hear the protests, and then tomorrow we hear from the city clerk as to whether or not you reach your percentages for full approval. So with that, I have no further questions or comments, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. This was just to close the public hearing today, so that will be continued until tomorrow. Is that correct?
And the ballot tabulation is tomorrow.
Okay, the ballot tabulation will be tomorrow. We thank everybody who's come in to give that testimony. Thank you for those clarifications, Ms. Perry, as well. If we can take up item 28, I believe Mr. Parks has circulated the amendments for that. If he does not wish to be heard on 28, let's go ahead and accept those as friendly amendments. And if we can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That will be approved as amended. Item 40, please.
Was called special by Councilmember Weezer.
Mr. Weezer, we have item number 40 before us. 40.
Pedro thought they won, Narmar thought they lost.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'm happy that we have finally gotten this far in this the future of a portion in the Arts District in downtown Los Angeles. As many of you recall, there was a lot of discussion in the past about an industrial land use policy that was proposed to protect jobs and to protect the tax base of the city of Los Angeles. However, there was a portion of downtown Los Angeles where local residents, business owners, thought that it may not be appropriate to implement this policy. Working with local stakeholders and the planning department, we were able to put forward a motion and an analysis that would allow a portion of the Arts District to be incorporated into the Arts District Community Plan and away from its current existing community plan. And what would happen with this is that it will allow various... Mr. President, can you ask the chambers to lower their voice, please? I couldn't even hear my own self-talk at this time, so... Thank you very much. What this would allow is there's been some spot development of residential areas in a highly industrial area. And some of the residents who have lived here have recognized and noticed a sprouting of a new community that is actually right in the middle of the new revitalization that we're seeing in downtown LA and the river. And so this would allow old industrial uses to convert to the modern industrial uses and resident live work sites that would allow us to move forward and create a little community in this area. I want to in particular thank the planning department who has worked with us on this item. I want to thank the local stakeholders who have been very active in this and has sprouted a long debate and controversy for about a year, and we're now coming to a solution. And I think what we will see in the future is as we revitalize the LA River, right next to this area near 7th Street and Violet Street and 6th Street, we're going to see the sprouting of a whole new community that will connect it to the rest of downtown Los Angeles. And so I want to thank the stakeholders who are here, who have worked on this. I want to thank the planning department. And this is a move that would allow us, instead of seeing long-term blight in old buildings that no longer is conducive to today's type of industrial uses, be converted to new uses and see a community spread out. So thank you very much. I ask for your A vote on this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. Congratulations on your good work on this. And just to reiterate, there's still about a dozen conversations going on here. I understand there are some critical conversations that need to happen on the council floors, but as much as possible, we can please ask people to move those to behind council chambers or outdoors. Thank you for your cooperation in that. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 44, called special by Councilmember Weiss.
All right, Mr. Weiss, item number 44.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. Chief Keen? Chief Keen still here?
Right there.
Morning, Chief. Very briefly, some issues have been raised recently regarding the technology at issue here. And if you could just confirm to us that we're not bound by any particular technology and tell us a little bit about the city's options if it finds the technology is not up to snuff. Hold my time.
Thanks for the opportunity. Dennis Keene, Deputy Chief with Fire. The way the request for proposals is written, we're not bound by any specific technology. We're looking for the best technology that will meet the operational needs here, not only in LA City Fire and police, but all public safety throughout the county. Inside the Joint Powers Agreement that's before you today, there are a number of outs, if you will, for the city and all of the 88 cities within the county, that if they find it does not meet our operational needs, or if it's unnecessarily expensive, that we can just get out of it. If the technology doesn't meet the needs of LA City Fire or LAPD, I'll be the first one back here stating that we need to get out of this.
And specifically, safety issues, I imagine, would be issues that are paramount to you and the folks working on the JPA. Tell us about that.
Yes, sir. At every phase of this project, is all of them within the fire department, safety is, aside from the public, safety is our number one concern. And so in each and every case, we're going to make sure that, again, our operational needs are met and that our firefighters can operate effectively and safely. The system that we'll build will be equal to or better than what we have today, with every intent that will end up being better than what we have at a reduced cost.
And finally, I just want to say that we will continue the process of having quarterly reports about the LA RICS project in public safety. So if there are any issues, be they safety or otherwise, there will be a public way in which there can be accountability and a discussion of those issues, and so that those concerns can be addressed. I want to say that the first person I heard from this morning about this was Councilmember Gruhl. Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Hernandez, can I just have just 1 minute? Just want to say that the first person I talked about with this morning was Ms. Gruhl, who expressed a lot of concerns about the safety issues, and I hope that at this stage we at least have that on the table, and we also have it made very clear by this discussion that there are outs, if you will, for the city if for some reason something isn't satisfactory.
Yes, sir. And again, absolutely commit to if it doesn't meet our operational needs, there's some problem, I'll be the first one back here informing the council that we need to get out of this project.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you to everybody who's worked so hard on this issue.
Thank you. Mr. Labange is our next speaker. Mr. Labange.
Chief, if I could have you there. And anyone else want to? We believe in free speech here at the City Council, so you're welcome to take those seats. On the issue here, this is also, when you say regional, we're talking about Glendale, Burbank, Pasadena as well?
Yes, the project covers all 88 cities in the county itself, police and fire, and the LA Unified School District. It has the fourth largest police agency in the county.
Right. Does it have Ventura County? Because Ventura County comes deep into Los Angeles City there in the West San Fernando Valley.
Ventura County is on a different radio band, but what we'll have built into this is 5 frequencies, and each of the other bands, other than what we'll use, in the State Master Mutual Aid. So Ventura County, San Diego County, Orange County, Riverside County, federal agents, state agents, all of them will be able to come in, communicate on their radios, and we'll be using our radios. It'll be seamless integration.
Let me ask a question. What is the most important city department to the fire department, if you could say that? Historically, go back 100
Historically,
years.
You mean the one that supplies the water we use?
You got it. Now, is the DWP on that frequency, and could they be on that frequency? Because I noticed, sometimes, or the gas company, when the gas mains, they have, when the water lines are busted, whether it's an earthquake or whatever, the utilities are very important in a communication system, and I just wanted to rise to ask you to look at the Department of Water and Power, Metropolitan Water. Metropolitan Water has big lines through the city as well. If there's an earthquake, there's a big, communication. Also, the gas company and anything else, whether it's Edison, which does have lines through our city, there should be some special band for utilities talking to the first responders, because often when there's an electrical problem, you'll secure the area, but you'll wait for Water and Power, who have the skilled technicians to do the work, the utility workers.
Right. We are meeting as recently as within the last 2 weeks with DWP and working with them to see how they would operate either directly on the system or we would tie their radio system into it. As you know, they go up to Oregon, they're in Utah, they're all over the place.
Right.
So some of their requirements are a little bit different, but here in the metropolitan area, they're certainly the same.
I think who's going to be in charge of that table? Who's in charge? You, Chief Keene?
I guess I get the responsibility for
All
that.
right, so if you just look at the utilities, gas company and whatever, and
Absolutely.
see what it
Thank
is,
you.
because they're there. And I thank you, and thank you, Mr. Jack Weiss. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl is next.
I just want to get clarity for people watching this on television. This interactive is obviously a must. We all need to be on the same wavelength, right? Okay. And when could this go into effect?
The project will probably once the JPA is passed today, there'll be somewhat of an interim time period before the JPA becomes active. We would anticipate we'll start design in 2010. So it'll take a few years after that to actually construct it. It's a large project. If we just consolidated LAPD and LA City's systems, we really wouldn't operate any more quickly to complete it, but we'd lose this opportunity for interoperability and also a lot of the advantages on capacity and coverage that we don't have today.
Right. Explain how that works, this JPS, how that coordinates all the governments together.
Well, the Joint Powers Agreement will go before the 88 cities, like our city council here. They'll review it with their city attorney and pass it or disapprove it based on their particular needs. We anticipate that, as we've seen today, everyone wants to participate and will pass this document through their councils. So it's basically just a governing document. Below that, there's technical documents that deal with the technical issues and financial and so forth.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, obviously. We all got to get on the same wavelength as we go forward with whatever issue might be in front of us, any kind of a disaster, any kind of thing. Everybody's got to be able to coordinate. I think we've done a pretty good job, basically, in our county over a lot of other places, since we've been always sensitive to earthquakes and fires and,
yes, sir.
and even mudslides. So this is the right step at the right time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Any other speakers from the council? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your testimony today. Next item, please.
Item 45, call special by Councilmember Weezer.
Okay. We will call on Mr. Weezer for item number 45.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And colleagues, I wanted to call this special so we could raise it to our attention about an item that was discussed in Budget and Finance and Audits and Government and Efficiency Committee. And today we were going to discuss the Mayor's proposed budget reductions for this year. I know we will have that tomorrow. But we proposed earlier on, or actually last year, in the budget document that we look at zero-based budgeting for the city, while recognizing that we can't do it for the whole budget because it's time-intensive and requires a lot of work. We propose that we perhaps do it in 3 departments as a pilot to see what it looks like. And as many of you know, zero-based budgeting really gets the core of what these departments are supposed to do. It asks itself, what is our core service, and this other additional services that we do, should we or should we not be performing these services at a time of severe budget cuts? When we discussed this item in Budget and Finance, practically all the council members in that committee were very excited. They said the time was due for us to do this. And I know that the Mayor's office in this upcoming budget year of the 08-09 has actually, 09-10, has actually proposed some version of zero-based budgeting in 1 or 2 areas. But in order to do this, I think we should take this seriously. We should seek outside support, get the expertise and the capacity we need, and look at 3, maybe even 4 departments to really, truly do zero-based budgeting. We've talked about it a lot. People agree we should do it, but I think it's time that we actually do it. And this motion here is calling upon the CLA and the CAO to come back with recommendations as to how we can do that for this upcoming fiscal year. We've said it over and over that we are facing some of the toughest economic times that the city has ever faced. But one of the tools that we can use to help us find where we can cut additional dollars is in zero-based budgeting. Because what we do now, we do incremental budgeting where we only look at 1%, 3% of possible cuts. But we don't look any deeper than that. And let me tell you, colleagues, we are often only given some very tough options, and it's very difficult to choose among those tough options. Should we cut library books? Should we cut people who assist young kids in crossing the street? But if we use zero-based budgeting, we will actually go in deeper in all of these departments. So when we see the proposal, we not only see those tough decisions or options, but we see the whole thing, and we are able to make better decisions in these tough economic times. I urge my colleagues to support this, and I hope we can work with the Mayor's office to realize this for this upcoming fiscal year and select 3 departments that can use this budget tool to make better decisions. And in fact, the ITA department, the Information Technology Division, they actually did this last year. And if you recognize or look at the process we went through last year, ITA was in a much better decision to make cuts and make recommendations on their budget. And they were actually things we had never seen as proposals before. And it worked for them. It should work for other departments. I urge your A vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. Mr. Rosendahl is next, and then Ms. Gruhl.
Yes, just a quick comment on this. You're absolutely right, Jose. The bottom line is, in the private sector, every year we did zero-based budgeting. We took the org charts, we put them all up there, we go through an exercise. It's a 2-3 month exercise. Once you get it together and do it, you know how to do it. The city doesn't know how to do it. They mumble, they mumble, they mumble, year after year after year. There are jobs with people in them that we need to justify, every position in this government. We spend most of our money on staff, budget, and we spend retirement money, health care money. We have structural deficits. Right now, the ability of us to take the tax dollar and actually do services becomes less and less because of the personnel aspect. Now, if the personnel aspect makes sense, great. If it doesn't, we need to know. We never sunset jobs in government. We do it all the time in the private sector. You know, we change things around, we move it around, we redo the org charts. It's a healthy exercise for a bureaucrat to sit there with a blank piece of paper and say, what are my mission And how do we get it done, and what staff do we need? It isn't like the end of the world, but it's a healthy exercise. I think part of the problem is they don't know how to do zero-based budgeting. And nobody's willing to admit that. I think it would be a good idea if the CLA and CAO and all the other folks who manage this whole process brought in someone to explain what zero-based budgeting is to the top leadership. The mayor should do this. This is the mayor's job. He's in charge of the overall budget. He's in charge of figuring it all out. And the bottom line is they should bring in those experts and put in the room the 50 top leaders of the various bureaucracies, put it on the chalkboard and explain how it works. And then this will become a natural part of the process every year preparing for a budget. And I think it's a healthy, it's from the bottom up, where you question every position and every situation. So I don't think they should be afraid of it. I think they should embrace it, because this is a tool for more efficient government. It is a tool so taxpayers know their money is being spent on day-to-day good operating procedures, that the personnel in those slots with great packages. Once you become a civil servant, you know, you can't be fired unless you're doing something immoral or unethical. And so you can sunset out in 20, 25 years with a great pension and a great situation. It's all good. But the taxpayers, especially today, when we're in such a very tight crisis, and we will be for the next couple of years, it is a healthy process. And I think the city should embrace it with open arms, and we should move forward with it. But thank you for putting it out there for us.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, and a lot has been said that I don't want to duplicate, but the importance of this motion, Mr. Wisar, is one of, there has been a lot of talk about zero-based budgeting, and everyone says it's a great goal, but we can't do it this year, you know, because of this. We can't do it next year because of this. This sets really, I think, the roadmap to actually have it happen. And we heard in Budget and Finance Committee yesterday a lot of departments, you know, indicating that, you know, the reason they overspent was this: we had not given them enough in their budget. I think Mr. Smith had the greatest line, which is the budget is not an advisory document. It is one by which we have to live by. And I think that is what we're all doing. As I might steal that from him, but I'll give you credit every time. But the bottom line is we're facing this year, you know, over that $110 million budget, and we'll hear this tomorrow, a deficit projected, we'll hear about this tomorrow, and over $430 million potentially for next year, and over $500 million the following year. If there's any time, it is now to look at what our basic core services are and go back to that zero-based budgeting. And if my numbers, my recollection is correct, the numbers for ITA was in the millions of dollars that they saved. And it wasn't only the saving of dollars, but it was the identification of services they were providing or responsibilities that had been tacked onto their department that really didn't make sense. And so I wholeheartedly support this motion and moving forward and the zero-based budgeting. And I think the message has to be sent to the departments that we're serious about this. This is not something that we'll be able to pull out of a hat this year. It really is structural change, and that's what zero-based budgeting is all about. So thank you, Mr. Wisar, for your leadership.
Thank you very much. That will close comments from the council. If we can prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. If we can hold 46 on the desk for Mr. Wisar, and then go to item 47, please.
And that was reconsidered and called special by Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Smith, item 47.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was just for a technical correction. We want to make sure that we use the recommendations 1 through 4 in the CAO's report of December 9th as the recommendations for this number 47.
Thank you. Without objection, we'll prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 48, called special for cards.
All right. Item 48 is next. We have a card from the public on this. Zuma Dog, if you'd like to come forward on 48.
Oh, yes, I'd like to alert the public here. This is about the Parks and Rec facilities establishing operating hours. I'm getting mixed signals, though, because sometimes they're saying less Park and Rec hours are going to be cut, but at the same time, the City Council wants to make a motion to be able to extend the park hours an extra hour and a half from 10:30 to midnight. I'd just like to say that under this budget crisis, we're trying to cut everywhere. Anything that needs to be done in the parks, hopefully they could be accomplished by 10:30 p.m. Okay, then if you extend an extra 90 minutes till midnight, well, then you're having people out on the streets. I think if you extend the hours of these parks, you're helping to facilitate crime, possibly. I know you might want to have it for basketball. I mean, do you need to be playing basketball at midnight? I think that under these budget crises, you got to make some tough decisions, listen to the problems we're having. Now they want to spend more money to increase them to midnight. It's very confusing, but get your act together.
I'll close that person's public comment. We have Matt Dowd as well. Excuse me. Mr. Dowd.
Thank you, Eric Garcetti. Good to see you being in Washington, getting transitional experience. That'll help when Zuma Dog comes into the mayor's office in March. Yeah, 6344. The root of Mike Hunt's problems, 6344, this whole sweeping ordinance with the parks. But yeah, here's the problem. The training, when you change these things and you set these laws, get the attorneys to do the outreach to your LAPD officers, because you got an ordinance down on Venice Beach, that's a park, and it says activities are not allowed between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m., not allowed. So why are they coming by at sunset saying, oh, you're not allowed to play guitar, Matt Dowd, it's after sunset? So get the training. Otherwise, it's all pointless and you end up in court getting sued.
That will close our public comment on this item. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 49, call special for cards.
All right, Zuma Dog. And then Matt Dowd.
Yes, there's a lot of items on the agenda. I'd like the people to know there's 82 items. There's a lot of shadiness. Right now we're talking about they want to amend the Los Angeles Code for the use of special parking revenue fund. Let me tell you, people in Los Angeles, what's going on here. The city's under a desperate budget crisis. They're funneling money all over the place for things it's not supposed to into the general fund. Now they want to use the special parking revenue fund and transfer it to a surplus fund. So here's what they do. They go, oh, we only need this much in the budget, the rest is surplus. Now, a lot of times this is voter-approved money for things like bonds. I noticed also on the agenda today they want to do transfer of funds for state bonds, and there's the parking fees. Here's what's going on in Los Angeles. Money is earmarked for certain things. People vote for this money to go for certain things. Then the mayor, through his shady Vegas-like shell game bullcrap, comes up with these things like, oh, we're going to call it a surplus. It's not a surplus. There's no surplus in the city right now, and don't call anything a surplus, and then you put it in the general fund.
If
This
you
city
could
is under
lower your
attack.
voice. Thank you. Matt Dowd is our next speaker.
Yeah, I brushed on this in a public comment, and I can understand how we have a surplus, and we can make a special parking revenue fund because of the outrageous price of parking downtown right now. So, it's one thing to say, yeah, it's money, we're going to use it for this, but like everything, it ends up going into some kind of shady thing that it shouldn't have been for, and it's the poor taxpayer out on the street. The city admits that it's a financial burden to live in this city right now. It's in the agenda. We'll get to that one. So I'm against anything that isn't transparent, and this one looks like it's just another shady thing. We're moving money around. It shouldn't be going.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. We have Billy Black.
Good morning. I'm from Echo Park. The Echo Park Holiday Parade was this weekend, and council, soon to be Congressman Eric Garcetti, I was very upset. We're talking about parking, reallocating money, that there was two groups, the traditional people group that want to have a parade, and at your office.
Sorry, sir. We do have we have some comments. This is on the special revenue parking fund. So, and there's a later portion you could talk about special. Hold on one second, sir. I'll give you your time back. I just want to make sure you have to talk about what is before us on the items that have a specific number. Okay, go ahead.
It can be solved. You guys went ahead and funded a Republican parade and told the eight-year Democratic People's Parade, no, we're going to fund the Republican parade. And you gave fee waivers and everything to a group that did it. The main reason I'm here today, since you've been announced as our next congressman, you know, in your district, I was on the Echo Legion Neighborhood Council, and you have Alicorn running your district. When you become...
He still is not on the special parking revenue fund issue.
Second warning, so... Sir, you make decent points, but this is not specifically about the special parking revenue fund. So we thank you for your comments, and that will close our public comments on this. Okay? Sir, I'm going to ask you... Sir, you can make those comments in general public comment, but I'm going to have to ask you to stop right now, or else you'll be removed from the council chambers. If you'll please remove him from the council chambers. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. We'll open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 52, call special for cards.
Okay. Item 52, we have cards from the public. Zuma Dog is our next speaker. All right. Simat Dowd, item 52. Right, that will close our general public comment on this item, if we can prepare the roll.
Mr. President, the ordinance has come in pursuant to recommendation number 2. The clerk should be instructed to place that on the continuation agenda for tomorrow's meeting.
That'd be great. Please put that as instructed. Open the roll and close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 55, called special for cards.
Okay, item 55 is now before us. We have cards from the public, starting with Zuma Dog.
Yes, I'd like to talk about this. It's about the CAO, City Administrative Officer. And the CAO has warned the mayor relentlessly over the years about the budget crisis. This mayor, let me tell you about this mayor, Antonio Viagra Osa. He's the only mayor that could take such a huge record revenue intake, record revenues, and then squander it like MC Hammer on a stupid shopping spree and put this city into the tank. It's uncalled for. We should not be in this situation. It's due to Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and his greed and his corruption and his not listening to this person, the CAO. And I'd like this person to remind the Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa he's the one responsible for this budget crisis. We had record amount of surplus money. He spent it recklessly, and now we're in big trouble. And I noticed that you took a minute of my time away, so I'd like to say go to zumadogformayor.com. And Eric, I have 1 more minute left. Check, I have 1 more minute left.
We've both been counting. That's been 5 minutes. You did 2 minutes the first one and 3 1 minute. So thank you very much, Mr. Dog. That will close our comments on this one. If we can please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 58, call special for cards.
All right. Item 58 is before us. Mr. Dog has reached his limit, so we'll put that in the record. If we can prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 66, call special for cards.
Same Mr. Dog, and we have Mr. Dowd as well. I believe there's... Okay.
Clarify.
Mr. Dowd, did you want to speak?
How much time do I have?
You have 2 minutes on this one if you'd like to speak.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take one. Thank you. And yeah, it's great to see the public coming down to get involved with the public comment. This is one we've talked about for a long time. Something I hope Mr. Noel Weiss will be able to do something about when he gets into the city attorney's office. But these are the special event fee waivers, and we had a problem here for a long time with commercial events. We're getting away with taking city services, the police and road closures, and making a commercial profit but not reimbursing the city. So in 2001, a certain council member tried to made out that he was doing something, but it took forever for it to get done, and not until we jumped up and down on this very podium about the special event fee waivers, and now they're getting reimbursed. So thank you, and Zuma Dog from Mayor 09, and Noel Weiss, City Attorney.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Will Mavropoulos. Come forward. This is where you can talk about it, sir. That's what I was letting you know.
That's why I've always supported you and always stood by you.
Thank you, sir. So this is where you can comment.
The Echo Park Holiday Parade that took place this week, your Chief of Staff, Mr. Federal, was made aware that a Republican organization had taken it over. They didn't represent the people. I don't know who attended. Nobody was there. But we talk about having no money, yet we can go ahead and grant fee waivers to not political events are exempt from this, and your chief of staff, Mr. Congressman, knew about this.
Sir, if you could address the council as a whole, please. Thank you.
Well, you will be the congressman. You have my word on that. Okay, I'm going to be on your team. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mavropoulos. And I'll have a staff member come talk to you about that event. It was not a partisan event.
Mr. Farrell, who's your chief of staff, was aware of it, and he decided to go with take over 8 years. Luisa Padilla Mavropoulos was the chairperson. She has it DBO'd and everything, and you put up banners and you did everything to encourage the support of the Republican Party. And if it was the Democratic Party, I would have been upset. When you grant a fee waiver by your own rules, you cannot do it based on political affiliation. But what about the neighborhood council? What about Alicorn running a neighborhood council in your district for $10 million? Jose Segala is his chief of staff, and they make decisions from that money that leaves our district goes to San Fernando Valley. You know, come on, Eric. I've always been a strong supporter of you. Somehow, me and Mitchell Farrell.
I'm sorry, and I know I'm happy to talk to you personally, but you can't address sir. Listen for a second. You can't address the council members directly. If you have comments for the council, we're happy to hear them. And for the record, there was no partisan anything in the Echo Park Parade. There was not a Republican or Democrat. So thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your comments today. Thank you.
They would grant the money.
All right, that will end our comments. Thank you, Mr. Mavropoulos. With that, we'll close this item. Any members wishing to be heard? Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item 72, call special for cards.
Okay, item 72 is before us. We have Zuma Dog, who's reached his limit, and we have Matt Dowd.
Yes, this is an interesting one. The city's position on SR7 and AR5, which oppose Proposition 8. We've been shut down here a lot of times for not talking about issues that involve the city of Los Angeles. So why does the city of Los Angeles have to get involved in these state issues which are already resolved by the people? Now, I don't like to see anybody discriminated, and I came and spoke about Mike Hunt being violated a number
Mr. President,
of times.
if he continues using that term, he should be warned.
Sir, there's a name. I know you're referring to somebody whose name, but you're obviously always trying to use another thing that is disruptive, and actually that is speech that is not protected. So that'll be your last warning on that. And if you'd like to make any comments that are cogent to this, we'd be happy to hear them. Otherwise, we'll end your public comment for today.
You're not allowed to determine somebody's
Sir,
state
if you'd like
of
to give
mind.
comments right now, we're not debating that. We're in charge here. All right. Thank you, sir. We will close public comments then because you are not on topic. With that, any members wishing to be heard on this? If not, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 75, call special for cards, and a substitute motion has been circulated.
All right, without objection, we'll accept that. And it was just one card from Mr. Dog, who has reached his limit. So let's open the roll on 75, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 79, call special for cards.
Same context, Mr. Dog will enter into the record. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, if we can take up items 80, 82, and 83 together. We have reached the limit on 80 and 82 for Mr. Dog. Mr. Dowd, if you'd like to come forward on 83. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dowd. We'll have you come forward for 1 minute on the special meeting. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Dowd first.
Can we have Zuma Dog first?
No, go ahead. I called on you, sir.
He'll tell me, then I'll know what to say, right? Anyway, yeah, this is, I did mention this earlier, the City of Los Angeles, Channel 35 City Council, if you notice in the agenda today, you're finally acknowledging that, because I'll quote, how this problem can be resolved to ease the financial burden on the city's residents. So we're finally admitting that there is a financial burden on the city's residents. So I guess that must mean no more bonds, no more taxes in the future. Let's resolve that from today, because here it is. We're sending the DWP out to figure out how to see that there's too many bills now. That's what this item says. Everybody's getting all their bills all at once and nobody can afford to pay them. We talked about it weeks ago. So I want City Council to resolve no new taxes, no more bond measures in the City of Los Angeles, because there's already a financial burden on the city's residents.
Mr. Dowd will be our next speaker on item 83.
Yes, yes, this regards the world-famous special event fee. I mean, the world-famous solid removal fee. It's the trash collection fee. This is about trash collection fees. And what it says here is that people are in big trouble because apparently there's been a recent rise in this trash collection fee. You know, 2.5 years ago, they said we need this thing called a trash collection fee to hire 1,000 new cops. First of all, there's plenty of money for that anyway, if you would stop wasting it. If they would stop wasting it, the money that is given for police enforcement, for nonprofits and gang intervention, they waste the money, they give it to themselves, then they say now we need this thing called a trash collection fee. But don't worry, it's going to be in a lockbox and we're only going to use it to hire police. Well, now we have learned that there is no they're not using the money to hire the police. They're using it for other things. And now not only has the trash collection fee been instated, it has tripled. And so now what it says here, we got to do something because people are going down the tubes because they can't pay all these high trash collection fees on the DWP bill.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. We will now go to Ms. Gruhl on the council.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And if we could ask the department to come up, DWP. They're here, I think. Thank you. Come on up. And colleagues, I don't want to take a lot of time necessarily on this item, but I do want this, you can have a seat here, this to be an opportunity to educate the public and also those of you on the City Council to understand the impact of something that found out actually has occurred in the past, but this year being a time in which we have a huge economic crisis and holidays, we started getting calls in my district in Sunland Tujunga the last week or so where individuals said suddenly they were being billed for 3 months. And but the department will explain to you why the change and what they're trying to do to be constituent friendly to our customers. And sanitation, I guess it was in 1983, they began billing for the solid DWP with DWP in 1983. And because of the consolidation, the cycles, there are certain parts of the city get 3 months at a time. And what we wanted to be able to do is provide some relief and understanding that a 3-month bill is a lot more than a 2-month bill, and that there is some relief. And so we've been working with the Bureau of Sanitation and DWP to resolve this and to make sure that the call centers understand our options. And if I could ask the Department of Water and Power and Sanitation if need be, they've explained to me what they're going to be able to provide to our residents to share that with the rest of my colleagues. Because colleagues, some of your districts may have gotten the same kinds of calls that mine did, and if they haven't, they might be in the next 3-month cycle. So please identify your name for the record and hold my time, Mr. President.
Good morning, Melanie Chacon from the Department of Water and Power.
Okay.
Richard Wozniak, Bureau of Sanitation.
Odell Matthew from the Department of Water and Power.
Great.
So as we discussed this morning, the situation with the 3-month billing, the solid resources fee is billed on a monthly basis. So therefore, the residents that are impacted currently have a bill from date from the end of September to the beginning of December. Therefore, their billing is reflecting October, November, and December charges. The residents have an option of either reducing their bill on their own of the $36.32 per month and carrying that over to the next billing cycle, or contacting either 311, the Bureau of Sanitation's call center, or the Department of Water and Power's call center to work out either payment arrangements or an extension on this bill. We recognize the impact that many residents currently are having with this. Again, it's not unique. The way that the DWP billing system is set up, this is billing the way that it has in the past, and we definitely want to work with residents. We've been in discussions with the with the Bureau of Sanitation. Because we recognize the impact, we want to provide as much advance notification as possible. Therefore, we will be notifying residents, and this will change every year. So the residents that are impacted this billing period will not be impacted the next billing period or even the same time next year. So we will be working with the Bureau of Sanitation to be proactive in notifying the residents that this increase, with the reason for them seeing 3 months as opposed to 2 months, and what their options will be on that.
Great, and I know that you indicated this morning as well that there was training, and I'll let anyone else want to add anything, training for the call center, because there was some confusion and some of our constituents called, and I think it's been cleared up that everyone is on the same page. And colleagues, I've asked the Department of Water and Power and Sanitation as well to send each of you a fact sheet as to what kind of information you can provide to your constituents. Again, everyone is looking a little bit more closely at their bills, no matter where they're coming from, and suddenly seeing, even though they may have been billed 3 months before, and looking and saying, wait a minute, this looks different than the last bill I paid. So there is relief for that without any kind of fee attached to that or penalty attached to that. And so we want to get the word out. The group that was impacted recently included my Sunland-Tahunga area. What other parts of the city were impacted by this most recent 3-month?
The Department of Water and Power has 42 different billing cycles within the bi-monthly series. So we've had 3 billing cycles, 21, 22, and 23, citywide affected by this. So Sunland-Tahunga has voiced their concern, but this residents in all parts of the city within these particular billing cycles were affected by this change.
Okay. So colleagues, again, your district directors or others may have gotten some of these calls. We encourage you the DWP will send out the information. They will not be penalized by just paying 2 months on this bill and then paying just carrying that over in 2 months in the next bill that they would get to cover January and December in the assistance, but they would see the bill. Okay. So I want to thank you. This has been informational for us. Do either of the two gentlemen want to comment, or did she do such a good job that you don't need to comment at all? She covered everything. Okay. You want to say anything?
If you don't mind my indulgence, this will probably be the last time I'm before you. I want to acknowledge the pleasure I had in working with LaBonge, Gruhl, Ms. Perry, and a couple of other members during my 39-year career with the Department of Water and Power. But I'll be gone as of February 1.
Well, congratulations on your retirement. Thanks for your 39, years of service, and appreciate it. And we've enjoyed working with you as well. And don't be a stranger to us. You have a lot of knowledge in your head from that 39 years of how we can do things even better going forward. So thank you, and I'm glad you mentioned it, because I don't know if I knew that you were actually retiring. So with that, Mr. President, again, especially during this holiday season, combined with the economic challenges and hardships, this information is critically important to get out to our constituency to ensure that it's kind of a level playing field for their ability to pay those Department of Water and Power bills. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you all very much, and happy retirement. 39 years is a great amount of commitment that you made to the people of Los Angeles. The one question I wanted, Ms. Gruhl, on this issue, I did recall we were going to, I made a suggestion to your commission that you have the municipal bill be one color and the water and power be another. Have you heard that discussion up there?
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
And we have been working on that. We are looking as a capital item to purchase new printers for our bills that will allow us to make those changes. and that is it is to be in this current year's budget.
I usually keep an old water power bill and use it to reflect it. We thank you for collecting for the city and the process there, because I know often it is the case is that there may be some confusion. But the more we inform the people, we give them the knowledge of what the services they're getting and that we do have to pay for them. We appreciate what the work Water Power does. Happy retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That will close our public comment. Our council comment. If we can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
As approved. Thank you, and congratulations on your retirement and your service. With that, we'll go to the next item, please.
Item 46 was still being held on the desk.
Okay, Mr. Weezer?
Thank you very much. I know this item has been heard and a lot of discussion in committee, but I did want to clarify one item. And is the CLA or the CAO here to answer one question on this? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for working on this, and I think the council has been anticipating this for some time. But one of the areas I wanted to clarify, and I think this may also be a question for some other council members who have facilities in their district that have a lot of public events, and that through their regular operation perhaps will require special event fee waivers. In my district, for example, I have El Pueblo, and we have a number of event requests that we have there. And I just wanted to ask, those requests, would they go towards the $100,000 allocated per each council district and what they have available to put on events? Because in the event, mine can be dried up if we approve all the ones for El Pueblo within, quickly if we do it by that way. So any answer to that?
Actually, I'm Lynn Ozawa from the CLA's office. Councilman, we anticipated exactly the type of issue that you're describing in your district. One of the recommendations that the committees have made is for staff to come back after working with the city attorney and talking to each council office with a list of events that should be considered citywide, and the 50% of the fees for those events would come out of the citywide pot that would be established for just those kinds of events. We'd come back with not only a list of citywide events, but also a definition of what a citywide event is.
Okay, but there are but we didn't come up with a list of anticipated citywide events. We just have a definition or some criteria that a certain event might fit into. So, for example, at Puebla, we have Dia de los Muertos, we have the Blessing of the Animals. We're not listing them by name, but we're listing them, we have a criteria, and if they fit that criteria, then it would go towards a citywide account and not the district account, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so it's not that we list every...
No, but we'd like to get an idea of the kinds of events that are now being held.
Okay.
That are considered
So
citywide.
let me ask, for example, Blessing of the Animals. We close some streets off. We close it from, forget the name of the street. I think it's Los Angeles. Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. He's there every year. It's on Los Angeles Street, that little corner there. And how would is that citywide or is that local?
I would think that one would qualify as a citywide. Because
Why?
Because it's more of a regional event where you draw people from all over the city. There isn't another comparable event held someplace else. Everybody comes to El Pueblo for that.
Okay. Somebody from an association of Virgen de Guadalupe association wants to hold an event at the kiosk where the birthplace of the city of Los Angeles. They approach my office. They're going to have an event on a weekend. They ask us to close a street. First time they do this event, but they want to recognize the importance that the Virgin Mary has played in the history of the development of the city, so they want to do it in downtown Los Angeles. Is that a local event or is that a citywide event?
I guess my first question is it a religious event?
Okay, well, that was a bad example. let's say the government of Sinaloa from Mexico, they were some of the first people who came to establish Los Angeles. They want to recognize the first settlers from that region of Mexico who came to Los Angeles, and they wanted to go to the birthplace of the city of Los Angeles and have a weekend event. And they asked my office, can you please put in a motion to do a fee waiver for this event? Is that local or is that citywide?
I think it's citywide. I mean, it's
We think it may qualify as a citywide event.
Okay, why? And where is the criteria? Where can we find the criteria in the ordinance?
Well, I think that's part of the report back. Is actually
That's part of the
coming up with
report
that.
back. Okay.
Is that
Okay.
set of criteria of what will fall into that? I mean, there's been some examples that we provided, El Grito and some of the other things, but we need to come up with a little bit more of a formal definition that comes back for you, and you guys will say yay or nay, or we need to
I see.
expand.
So we don't have that criteria yet. I thought that was. I was trying to.
That's one of the things that we need to have back.
Okay.
And make sure we get that hammered out exactly what we're going to define as citywide.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
didn't even answer that question, what they think.
So we won't know until that comes back to us and we vote on this again. Okay. Thank you. There's still opportunity to determine what is citywide and what's local and based upon those types of issues we will be faced with.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange is next, and then Mr. Parks.
Yeah, thank you very much. How many of you, when's the last time any of you, I know Mr. Serrano been to a special event this last weekend. When's the last time Ms. Carter's been to a special event? I'm teasing you, Ms. Carter. I don't want to put you all in there. Gary Harris, I don't want to put you on the spot either. But special events are part of a life of a city. And I will ask the CLA prepare a motion that we can develop an office of special events to lower the cost to continue this service to the people of the city somehow, some way. I think it would be appropriate, members, because it is important to have special events. But it's the cost factor that it takes place there. And I appreciate the committee's work and will continue to work in the efforts here. But I think we should look at an office of special events. And maybe the people who work in that office, we could run a computer check and find out most special events happen between Thursdays and Sundays, and that they work on Thursdays through Sundays, and we serve the people of Los Angeles and lower the cost. And that we have someone drive out where we can and help and assist people, or that we empower our deputies to assist in any way possible in this. There's an item up there that says it takes away the council's discretion. I think it's item A. Is that right there, Lynn?
Yes, and I believe...
Explain what the thinking is about that. You want to take me away from my district and the people that I serve, as long as my 14 other colleagues?
That's a legal issue, and Mr. Echeverria could better address that.
All right, you caught me to the quick there. You brought a legal man up to the table.
Most of the challenges that are brought for failure to fund an event and equal protection are because of the discretionary actions of particular city officials, whether it's a council person or another city official that's given total discretion whether or not to either introduce a motion or not introduce a motion. For that reason, and to avoid that legal issue, we've recommended that the applications go directly to Bureau, I think it's Bureau of Street Services. They will review the event for whether or not it qualifies under the criteria that the council has established. They will, if there's a recommendation to deny, if they do not grant the permit, it goes to the Board of Public Works. If the Board of Public Works concurs in that recommendation, then the council can take it up, the denial. But the granting or not granting of the application initially cannot be left to just the discretion, the arbitrariness, if you will, of whether a council office will or won't introduce a
Do we
motion.
have an analysis of all, let's say, all our districts and our special events the last 36 months?
I believe that
2 years?
there is one.
And is there a report, because I haven't seen that report, that breaks down the 4th district or the 15th? And
Yes.
13th? Okay, I'll look at it. Hey, is anyone else on the queue, Mr. President? Anyone else on the speaking queue?
There are 4 more people on the
Good,
speaking
I'll
queue, Mr.
read the
Labange.
report and be back. Thank you.
Mr. Parks, then Mr. Zine, Ms. Hahn, and Mr. Weezer. Mr. Parks.
If I could, I forgot 18 seconds. So maybe I can hand it. This is our report here, but it talked right on all these issues that were right here. I want to look at it and see. I want to work with this. I understand. But I also don't want to take away what a representative has, the most important thing, to listen to the people and make a judgment on what is right for a community. I've discouraged some communities to close certain streets because they connect neighborhoods, and it causes traffic impact to a greater way. I've encouraged people to run more inside Griffith Park than outside Griffith Park, so you don't have the traffic impacts that affect the community.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon.
So I'm going to look at this closer. I thank you. And
Mr. President, we'd already moved on, but I hand counted 18 for you. Don't worry.
Mr. President, if I may address this point just a little bit more, a little further. There's the policy contemplates the ongoing and continued participation of each of the council offices in all these applications. As soon as the application is received, the council notice is notified so that you can make your views known and your concerns known and understood as well. It's how that application is made to begin with and how it is processed to start with. It's not by council motion. It just goes directly to the department. But the involvement of each of the council offices will continue. And you will be apprised of all those events that do come before that office and have your ability to express your views.
Mr. Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, one thing that may be helpful if Ray or Lynn just walks us through what the new proposal is as it relates to non-profits and how the fund is set up.
Okay, I think if I may, I'll walk through some of the basic points. Basically, right off the bat, is 50% of the permit fees and salary costs for non-commercial special events may be subsidized. There is talk about preparing an ordinance to basically set up 15 accounts, one for each council district and one citywide. It's contemplated $100,000 for each council account and $1 million for the citywide events. Basically, we would not continue to subsidize commercial special events. It will only be for those non-profit, non-commercial organizations that do meet the 501c3 criteria. It's contemplated that there would be roughly about $2.5 million deposited into an account, most likely in GCP, that would be used to distribute the money. We mentioned the role of street services. Also, the policy stipulates that an organization would have basically 2 subsidies per year, and that would be the limit. Block parties would no longer be subject to the permit fee, and I think one of the other big issues has to do with the farmers markets. We'd have a 1-year permit process, and actually farmers markets will continue to be looked at.
Okay. Let me just ask, on dealing with the nonprofits, is there a dollar figure that we look at as relates to their financial wherewithal?
There's a $5 million limit on their operating budget, and that limit is also consistent with the other policies that the council's adopted, specifically for the development fee waiver and the convention center fee waiver policies.
Okay. And then as you develop the citywide criteria, the $1 million is put aside for that, basically follows the same criteria, 50% for the nonprofits.
Yes.
So the fact is that it's in citywide versus a regional, there's still a cap on the amount of money available.
That's true.
Okay. The other issue in dealing with the issue of the area there, what is the amount of money that we think we're going to save in the sense of going through this new process?
We believe that the city now spends about $5 million annually through fee waivers and additional staff costs. So we would be saving at least $2.5 million.
When you went through the analysis for the last 2 years with the bulk of these block parties,
I'm told that award shows were the bulk of the
what was it?
Award shows made up the bulk of the special events.
Would award shows be in that private versus nonprofit?
I believe most of the award shows would be in the commercial category.
Commercial category. So those would be areas in which we'd have a separate contract with them?
They would be paying the city 100% of the fees and costs associated.
But the unique issue on block clubs, what did we do? We changed to where they have to submit a permit, but they're not charged a fee other than a reimbursable, not contribution, but
a deposit.
Deposit.
Yes. They would not have to pay any of the fees for a block party, but they would leave a deposit with street services if they needed traffic control devices, and then they could pick up the devices, leave their deposit, and when they return the devices, they would get their deposit back in full.
Okay. And then the way the process is one-stop location. They would get either a request from the community or a letter from the council that would start the process rolling. Is that right?
Yes, street services would get that request.
Okay.
An application would be filled out.
Okay. And then, but there's the council office would be contacted before the approval.
Yes, I would think that the event organizer would contact the council office before going to street services. But they may go to street services first, in which case street services would notify the council office.
Yeah. So the street service would make it as a practice that before they evaluated or approved a special event, that the council office would be involved with it.
Yes.
Okay. And then my final question is, what is the timeline for implementation, and what do we think about the as it relates to the outreach, and how do we make the community aware of all these new systems?
Your committee had hoped that this could be done within 30 to 45 days.
Okay. Is that going to be reliance on the council office or from street services, or how do we make that information known?
Gary Harris for Bureau of Street Services. Currently, we provide a booklet to the community with the rules and procedures for street closures, block parties, and special events. Our goal would be to revise that booklet with the new policies and procedures and make that available to the public, not only on our website, but through the council offices, through our street fairs and other events, to publicize the new rules and procedures for obtaining a no-fee block party permit.
Would we consider where those who have applied in the past that we communicate with them directly and advise them of this?
That can be done. We can advise all of the regular applicants of the new rules.
Okay, so that could be done by street services?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zine is our next speaker, then Ms. Hahn.
Mr. President, if you could hold my time, I have a few questions on this matter. Number one is the true cost. We put in a motion for a special event, and it comes back with these costs that are outrageous for DOT and for all the other services, and then we go to the event. There's no DOT. They put up a couple barricades. It's a nice, peaceful event, no police presence. But when they put that motion through the CLA's office, they assess these outrageous dollar amounts. Why can't we be accurate and say we're not going to have DOT? For example, a church festival where they have it in a church parking lot, and you'll see the motion go through that assesses $2,000 or $3,000 if DOT is necessary. Well, 99% of the times they never show up because they're not necessary. What about the true cost when we actually ask for a special event motion for a waiver? And in the farmer's market, when it's on private property, there's a permit, and then in the event we have to have DOT. So I think we have to have some truth and honesty when we do the motion on a special event. A little block party. They're going to have a little block party. They're going to block off the street, and the neighbors are going to come out, which we did in Reseda Ranch recently. Simply the neighbors. They blocked the street on both ends with barricades. They had cars there so no one would go through. It was a nice, calm, peaceful event. No DOT. The senior lead officer came by and had lunch with the residents. No cost to the city. It was the city helping the residents gather together. Why can't we be accurate when we're talking about these millions and millions of dollars? And if you look at the motions that have gone through, time and time again, I question my staff. Why do they assess us for $2,000 and DOT is not deployed? DOT is not there. I'm not talking about a major event like the marathon or the Academy Awards where you have the SWAT team and the helicopter. Most of our events that are local, they don't use any resources except the barricade. So why can't we be honest when we come with this evaluation and not put a smoke and mirrors? LA Live. I drive down near the Staples Center, And I find that it's blocked because of the Lakers game, and the Lakers are coming out and they block the street. The Dodgers, are we paying for that? Is that a special event? Who's paying for that cost? Let's be honest, when we're talking about a community effort and some major event, Jimmy Kimmel's going to block off Hollywood Boulevard for an event. Who's paying for that? The taxpayer shouldn't have to pay for it, but I don't think we're honest when we're doing these motions and we're assessing these outrageous fees and we don't get the personnel out there. My time was held, so if you can respond to that, and I got a lot more to continue. Take it away.
You have 25 seconds after that.
Well, no, you didn't hold my time, Mr. President.
When you're speaking, we can't hold your time.
Well,
that's the central.
I wanted you to hold my time from the beginning to the end.
It's the central concept of holding one's time is after.
All right, Mr. Congressman, I understand.
All right, please.
In answer to your question regarding motions,
yes.
First of all, we won't be in the motion business anymore. Council members will not be introducing motions. But getting back to the motions that have been prepared, the motions are just estimating what the cost could be. We were never intended to give you a precise amount. We would never know what the precise cost is until after the event.
Well, how do you know then? How do we assess that?
But now, Street Services is going to be coordinating with the other departments that are going to be providing services if they're necessary. They will be tracking it by event. And then we will actually know what the real cost of the event was. And that's what will be assessed.
But for all this time, when we assessed these fees, where'd you come up with the dollar value that is in this report? Where'd that come from? If we don't know the true cost. We don't know the true cost, other than your evaluation of the motion.
Councilmember Zine, Rosalind Carter Phillips, CLA. In terms of the costs that you see in the various motions, we have permit fees from the various departments like fire department, street services. We also have salary costs for each of those departments. And what we do is take an estimate based on the number of hours an event is held, DOT costs, and then we add those permit fees costs together as well as the salary costs to come up with an estimated cost.
So it's all estimated, is what you're
It's
telling me?
all estimated.
So we have no true accuracy. It's estimated. And if DOT doesn't show up, but we have an estimated in there, so the figures that we're given aren't real figures. It's all estimated.
Correct. In our motions, we indicate that these are the estimated costs.
Okay, so in other words, we're dealing with fiction and not fact. Fact would be the police department does a deployment, they do an after-action report, they put down how many officers are there, how many hours of the helicopter, they give you a true cost, same with the fire department. What we're talking about with these special events is estimated, we estimate this is going to cost this much, and that's what we put through. So when we talk about these millions of dollars we're going to save, in essence, we may not save any money.
But in a sense, there are some events that from the previous year, we're able to get those costs, and they do go into the motions. Once again, we don't know from the past year what those costs would be this year, but it gives us some idea.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine.
The
we look
concern
forward
I
to
have,
pressing your button
just
again
a couple
for a
more
second
things.
time. Not a couple more minutes, sir.
If I get one more thing.
We'll have to go to Ms. Hahn, and then we'll come back to you. One more question. Last question. And then press your button.
Barricades and cones. And we're going to charge these people. Are we going to charge them per barricade, per cone? If they're going to come pick them up and, for example, they're going to do a block party in a neighborhood, they're going to get billed. How are we going to assess them the bill? How are they going to be charged?
Block parties will not be charged for traffic control devices. They may have to leave a deposit when they pick it up.
That's reasonable.
But it's refundable.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know you brought up a hypothetical before, but Mr. Kimmel pays for those that we get fully reimbursed, just so you know, whenever there's been a street closure. Ms. Hahn is next, and then Mr. Weezer after that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I was amening Councilmember Zine in his line of questioning, because I've also felt that too. When I look at some of the motions that are introduced, and I think that's what's given us a bad perception in the public, was that we were spending millions of dollars on special events and whether or not that was justified. I have always felt like the true cost estimates had really not been put forward on all of these special events. And I dare say you never went back after every single special event and analyzed it to find out what the true costs really were. As Dennis said, sometimes we know DOT didn't show up. There was no LAPD that showed up. I mean, we know that because we're there. And I don't think we've ever really been asked to analyze a special event after the fact. Some of the big ones you might know, but I would venture to say there are thousands that no one ever went back and properly analyzed them. So I think we really need to go back and start over on the true cost of these events so that we're honest with the public about what we really are or are not saving. That I'll just say that I agree on that. I would like someone to walk me through, or more importantly, walk the public through, what exactly does this new policy mean to a nonprofit who is planning to do an event? Thank you. Hold my time.
Okay.
How does it work? How did it used to work, and how's it going to work now under this new policy?
Okay. Currently, whenever an event is to be held in the city, we get a request for a motion, and we prepare a motion. It comes to council.
But how do those motions start right now?
The motion starts with a request from your office to the CLA for a special event.
And usually that's because we're very close to the organizations in our district.
Correct. Okay. And then we prepare the motion. It comes to council. It's approved. Then it goes to street services, and street services has requirements such as you have to do petitions to make sure that the people in district will approve this event, as well as the insurance requirements. Once those two requirements are met, a permit is issued and the event is held.
Okay, how does it work now under this new proposed policy?
What's being proposed now is that the request can still come to your office. However, we will not prepare a motion. What that person would do is come to your office, request that event, then go to street services.
Wait a minute. The person goes to street services?
No. Go to your office.
The request.
If you approve it.
So we would
in essence, not you approve it. They let you know that they would like to hold this event in your district.
So it's still up to us to pass it on.
Well, according to the city attorney, you can't really do that.
Well, then I'm asking, how does it work?
Okay, so if they go to your office, you say okay, then they go to street services.
Say okay, they go to street services.
Meaning the event sponsor.
Okay, how does that work? How do they go to street services?
Oh, they could either go online.
Okay.
They could fax the information to street services.
Okay.
They can walk in.
Okay.
Either way.
Where is street services for the public?
I'll let them describe their location.
I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to work.
Good morning, Tom Carabello, Bureau of Street Services. We're located at 1149 Broadway, near 12th and Broadway. It's a public works building. We're on the third floor. We have a public counter that accepts all types of different permit applications.
Do you have public counters in the communities? Like in the San Pedro Municipal Building?
Well, I mean, they can come up to the counter and there's somebody there to assist them with any permit that they want to apply for.
So this process could go through the community city halls?
Not at this time. We don't have any staffing there.
Okay.
Gary Harris, Bureau of Street Services.
I'm just trying to figure out how this works.
We do have an agreement with the Bureau of Engineering on some of our permits to accept them at their field locations. And our permits are all available online. And as mentioned before, we do currently, we rarely have the people actually come in for the special events. The majority of those things are handled online and through faxes.
Well, and they don't have to currently because we introduce a motion.
Well,
that
even with the
starts
motion,
process.
They still fill out an application. They still bring us the proof of insurance. So they still interact with the Bureau now. And that is done generally without them having to come to our downtown office. But we can work with them through the Bureau of Engineering field offices to prevent them from coming from San Pedro, West Los Angeles, or the Valley to downtown Los Angeles. Yes.
Right. So now a nonprofit comes into my office. They say they want a special event. I say, well, now I'm forbidden by the city attorney to do anything with this. You're going to have to go to street services. That's the process.
That's basically the process. Go to street services, and as long as for block parties, for example, they would be funded anyway, and would not have to, worry about getting money from, quote, the citywide pot. And then street services would notify your office also.
And then what is the appeal? Let me understand the appeal process. And this would be happening if for some reason it was denied?
Oh, if it's denied, then the city council has the authority to bring it in and consider
Say,
it.
yes, we want it funded.
Yes.
Okay, so you're still putting us in the position of having to say whether or not something should be should be.
You know, I would defer that to the city attorney.
Yes.
Let me start at the beginning. You're not prohibited from dealing with the organizations whatsoever.
Okay.
You can assist them in any way that you deem appropriate. It's that you cannot be a screen to say, yes, you get a permit and you get a waiver and you do not to organizations. You deal with them on an equal basis.
But then ultimately, in the appeal process, we do become that person.
As an appellate body, the body becomes the appellate process, not individual council members. So yes.
Well,
there's a difference in the law.
Okay.
And so once the application goes through the Bureau of Street Services, if it's denied for whatever reason,
right.
then
they're going to come to us.
Then it goes to Board of Public Works with a recommendation of denial, and if they also deny, then the council can take it up under a 245-like process and bring it up to you.
Yeah, I see this as being a little more problematic process. I mean, because I would venture to say there's. I just see you setting up kind of a few more layers that ultimately the organization would come to us. No matter how you call the appellate body, they're going to come to us as their representative and ask us to grant them the funding.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
So you've still put us in that position. Let me ask how neighborhood council. Am I out?
You're gone. If you don't mind pressing your button again, and we'll go to Mr.
I would like
Wuzar.
to know how neighborhood councils might be inserted into this process.
Thank you. We'll just leave that question until we come back. Actually, just before Mr. Wuzar, Mr. Rosendahl for the first time popped in. Sorry, Mr. Wuzar. Mr. Rosendahl and then Mr. Wuzar.
Thank. We've gone through an incredible process in Public Works and in other committees' budget as well. And I want to thank everybody for grappling with these issues. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very, very well said. Thank you, Mr. Wuzar.
Thank you very much. This raised a number of other questions for me as this process, and as someone, and I think what we're raising here is that we deal a lot with these organizations in our community. We just want to understand what the process is, how this is going to work. For example, there's one nonprofit that came to my office last year and asked for a fee waiver for a carnival they put on a street. We recommended no because they've had this event in the past. It was questionable where they were doing with the funding. They didn't clean up after the event. They actually moved the barriers and incorporated more of the streets than they were allowed. So we said this is not the type of activity that should occur in our district. Now they go to Bureau of Street Services. What happens then? You don't know this history. On what basis do you approve or not approve an event now if this goes forward? Hold my time, please.
Let me start off, if I may, and then I'll let Bureau of Street Services take over. They go to Bureau of Street Services. The first thing I believe they do is contact the council office of the district.
So there will be some input.
Absolutely.
Right? So this organization, for example, that we know hasn't been a good neighbor, we would say, hey, this is the history.
Correct.
It's probably not a good idea to support
That's
this.
the first thing they do. It again moves the process to them. Primary contact point can be the council office, but then it moves to street services who work with the council office. And a question was asked about neighborhood councils. The policy requires that input from neighborhood councils be obtained, as I recall. It can be corrected if I'm wrong, but I believe neighborhood councils affected would be notified. I think that's part of the notification process that street services goes through.
I got it. As long as there be some input of the history and knowledge of these events. And that's
absolutely.
Fine. I just want to clarify. So city-sponsored events, 100% fee waiver covered, correct? Council district, if they are sponsoring an event, that's 100% covered?
My understanding with events where it truly is the council, either as a whole or individually, the permits could be waived, but if there's overtime costs involved, then money would be have to be allocated to the departments incurring the overtime?
From the 100,000.
From the 100,000 if it's a district event, or
Got it.
the citywide quad if it's...
Or civic funds as well. And 100, that'll go real quick though. It's like 5,000, yeah. The nonprofits, 50% they will have to provide of their own money, and only if they qualify. In terms of cost to them, they will now provide 50% of the costs.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other. Okay, and then finally, my other question is, we talked earlier about citywide versus local and how that is determining the criteria. When in this process is that coming back for us to see?
Hopefully soon in the new year.
In the new year. And so clarify for me what we're voting on today. It's a policy that we're voting on today, correct? Correct. But so it's going to be city policy, but we don't yet have that criteria. And how is that coming back later? Why is that not here with us today?
I believe in part it's because we needed to make sure the policy was approved and in place, and there was some preliminary discussion about the general definition of citywide events, which is incorporated in this policy, and then come back with more detail for you.
Anything else that's not in this policy today, such as the citywide versus local discussion, that's going to come back to us later, that still has to get determined?
Yes, we still need to come back. We still need to come back with the ordinance. So those will come back in early next year.
And the ordinance covers
both
everything?
the ordinance and the
So the
citywide.
policy is going to become an ordinance?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that actually has to come back. Okay. And finally, some districts did not spend more than $100,000 per year. There's just not a lot of activity, different types of needs in those areas, not as many citywide events. What happens to that surplus at the end of the year?
Basically, at the end of the year that we contemplated, it would go back, revert to the source of that funding, which would be the general fund.
So it goes back to the general fund. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Labange.
Sure, yes, I'll bring it over to you.
There's a lot of work we have to do here, but I suggest we approve this. I suggest we approve this and move forward. And I ask you, Ms. Hahn, because you have the tourism committee of the city of Los Angeles, and maybe have a joint committee with Arts and Parks, because El Pueblo was articulated, as Councilmember Huizar spoke of, the challenges that they have all the time. I think we got to kind of massage this in the right way. I do have three people, and how much time do I have, Mr. President?
2 minutes and 25,
Can I give
24,
37
23.
seconds to these three people at that center microphone?
Sure, on your
Sure.
time.
Would you please just come up, and you got 47 seconds.
47 seconds, nothing like time. I'm Danielle Brazel, and I'm the Executive Director of Arts for LA. With me here is...
I'm Julie Canizares. I'm the Executive Director of Film Arts, and I produce the Festival of Philippine Arts and Culture. I'm Alice Cablayan, Board Member of Film Arts Organization.
Great. So what we're not hearing in this discussion is the fact that these festivals and community block parties actually generate additional income for the city of Los Angeles. And I would really propose and ask that the City Council take a second look to really give a sense of just how much in the aggregate these festivals are contributing to the city of Los Angeles. I'd like to invite you to come, Alice, and talk a little bit about Film Arts and what the Filipino Community Festival does.
Thank you. The Festival of Philippine Arts and Culture was originally started by the City of Los Angeles 17 years ago at LACC. We're asking that you would reconsider, because these affect the Filipino population in districts 1, 13, 14, and 15. We have over 20,000 attendees, 300 youth volunteers, 500 artisans. Arts and culture transcends the boundaries of of every individual's identity. So thank you for considering this.
And by imposing a 50% fee waiver, it actually could become cost prohibitive for these organizations to actually be able to produce these festivals and therefore have an adverse effect on our local economy.
And I got 39 seconds. Would you like to say something real quick?
I also sit on the advisory board of the Lotus Festival, and it's been there 17 years. It serves an underserved area in between historic Filipino town and Eco Park.
With Recreation and Parks at the Lotus Festival. And how do we, hold my time, how do they affect the relationship between departments and special events, like a Rec and Park sponsored Recreation Day at Northridge Park, or Lotus Festival, Echo Park. Hold my time. 15.
Certainly, as departments, as they get requested to basically hold certain events, I think as these entities come forward, we do need to have them work in conjunction with street services. And street services, one of their tasks will be to look at who's involved, whether it is Rec and Parks, whether DOT, police, et cetera, so that we encompass the whole
Well,
picture.
we, in essence, could be charging ourselves to do what we should be doing, serving the people. Hold my time. Wait, I know. I'll give you enough time right now. We'll get it in committee, members, because I asked for the president there. Thank you. So we'll move this forward, okay, based on the challenge that we have. But, members, we got some work to do. This is not the final approval, right? This is not the ordinance.
This is not the ordinance.
Right.
This is the final approval
So,
of the
Mr. Parks,
policy.
we move it forward, but I would ask that it could come to a joint committee of tourism so we could deal with the art issues, deal with the economic multiplier, which these events sometimes have a positive impact for that, and deal with the ways to work it. And also, Mr. Zine, you made some very good points. And the points were that how come it costs so much to move a barricade? And how come we charge people that much to move a barricade? And do we develop a department of barricades to handle it so we can do it better? I got a smile out of you, Ray. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not planning on speaking, so, but let me tell you why I'm standing up. How long have we been working on this? Jerry's laughing.
Roz, I think, what's that, 2002 at least?
Okay. How many years? Okay, I know it's like, Groundhog Day. Is this the perfect answer? No, not necessarily. Is it a step in the right direction? Yes. It's a big step. We have been talking about this for a long period of time. Will there be challenges we're going to have to address? Yes, it's an evolving process. But we cannot continue to subsidize. And the points that were made are very clear in why there is a process if it is a citywide event, if you can demonstrate its cultural, the part of it where we'll get more money back. We took all of that into consideration. Every issue that is being brought up today is not new. And if we're really serious about this is asking them to draft the ordinance. We've met about it. We've talked about it. We've sat down with people about it for 6, maybe 7 years. And so there are issues that if you have, go ahead and go forward. But it's not going to be perfect. But we have to be able to demonstrate that we are serious about, not being able to subsidize, and that there are processes to take into consideration in that way, and if there are amendments. But I do believe we have to adopt this today, go forward. The ordinance will come back, but we can no longer wait for another year to make it perfect. And so I just would ask my colleagues, because we've sat through many meetings in council and committee to go through this process to bring it forward. And I think it's time to act. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Zine, our last speaker.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions. Notice in a report, this is supposed to save money, correct? Yes. Allegedly? This is supposed to save money?
Yes.
Okay. In the report, it shows that street service doesn't have sufficient personnel, and they're going to have to hire additional personnel. Have we estimated the cost of the 4 or more additional personnel that have to be put in place so this process can be carried out, which is currently carried out by the council office staff? If we're going to hire more people when we don't have any money to pay the people we have, and we're going to save money, it doesn't make much sense to then ask for more personnel under no disrespect to street services. But part of this says you have to hire more personnel. How are we going to save money?
I think in addition to saving money, the extra value that you get by having the centralized one-stop office in street services is because not every department knows what another department would know is going on from another event that may not have contacted the other department. And as a result, there are many events that overlap in the same location, which street services would be able to better coordinate and help minimize the impact on communities.
Well, if we're trying to save money and the mayor's concern is we don't have sufficient funds. The state doesn't have sufficient funds. Everyone's going to the federal government to bail out. And we're going to add personnel. It makes no sense at all that we have to add personnel when we're at a time of economic crisis. Somehow we need to do it, if we're going to do it, without additional personnel. It makes no sense to hire more personnel to administer a program when we have estimates of how much it costs, when we don't know the true cost, to hire more personnel. I have a real concern when part of this process is we're going to hire more people, and we don't have enough money as it is. That makes no sense, and the numbers we're dealing with aren't real numbers because it's been admitted they're estimated numbers. I think we need to change it to make it work. We've been debating this for many years. I support the modification. I know there's been abuse with it. I know that the estimates aren't accurate, but hiring personnel at this particular time in this economic downturn makes absolutely no sense. So somehow, whatever you structure, you're going to have to do something with existing resources, because I don't know how you're going to get this body that's going to debate the budget for hours and hours and hours. I stand here last night till 7 o'clock at night to say, oh, by the way, we need more personnel, because now you got more cost to hire these personnel to get this job done. Whatever structure you have, something's going to have to be worked out with that, and I don't know how the mayor is going to be able to support more personnel when he's asking for cutbacks in current personnel and current staffing.
Councilmember, one of the problems that we have now is we don't have sufficient staff to do all of the field inspections for these events. One of the things this proposal does for us is allow us to police the events that occur better. And why that is very important under the new proposal is because we will be removing all the fees associated with block parties. We need to be able to ensure that that is not being abused for the revenue that will come in from the other events, that everything doesn't become a block party. And the only way that we know what's out there is by actually having field staff out in the field to enforce the ordinance requirements. So actually the personnel will hopefully help us to generate more revenue to recover the cost of having the personnel out in the field, but it also shields the city from liability issues related to these events that you mentioned. Many of them you've been to, there's been no one there from these city departments. So one of the things this is going to do, we're going to be there. We're going to get someone to those events and ensure that they're complying with the permit provisions and relieve some of the liability we face as a city on these issues.
How many street service inspectors do you have now?
There are 45 investigators citywide.
And you want to add how many more for this project?
We want to add 4 staff positions. And
now, that doesn't mean inspectors. That means positions inside of a building. How are they going to do inspections inside a building?
2 of them will be field personnel. 2 are to process all of the events as we now become the one-stop coordinator
so you're going
for
to have
the
2
citywide.
inspectors citywide.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. If you don't mind pressing your button again.
Pardon me?
Your time's expired again, and I held it while you're speaking. Yep, just like that. It's amazing what happens when you're gone for a couple of weeks.
I like the idea, but I think the personnel thing is not going to work out.
Mr. Reyes.
I'd like to call the question, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Is there any objection to calling the question? Is there an objection to calling the question?
Waiting for a point of personal privilege. I did submit an amendment. If you want me to explain it, I could explain it. Otherwise, I ask for your A vote.
All right.
I would love to explain it. Just the last speaker, Mr. Reyes, if you don't mind, if I could just explain this real quick.
We have no amendment that's been circulated as of yet, so let's find out where this is in the process.
I defer to the city attorney. I called the question. I didn't want to say anything else.
Okay. No, that's right. You can only call the question. The question has been called.
The amendment
technically
is making its way up to the president.
We just checked. It's not here, so we're looking to see where it is. But the question has been called first.
Okay.
Hold on.
If there's no one else on the speaker queue?
There are.
Oh, there are? Yeah.
Hold on. And that requires an immediate vote, irrespective of the stuff. I am seconding this.
Oh, the amendment is.
I'm signing it right now. Just as a point of information, folks, I have now received, this is before us simultaneously. I'll read what it says. It's unused special event subsidy funds allocated for events in council districts that have less than $100,000 in fee waivers will be allocated to the fund to support subsidies of citywide events, to support events in districts that have large amounts of events due to the presence of facilities. So is that end of year?
That's end of the year, yes, end of the year.
We have to vote on, I know there's probably some substance issues that people would like to debate on that, but the question has been called. Is there an objection to calling the question? If not, it's accepted. Okay, there is an objection. That requires a vote then. Mr. Smith is first time on the queue, so it would require a 10-person vote because he has not spoken yet. So please open the roll on calling the question. close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That passes unanimously. We can't debate the amendment that's before us, but I would advise folks to read it carefully. That's all you can do at this point, now that you voted to call the question.
Could this go to committee?
Sorry?
Could we have this amendment go to committee?
This could be referred to committee. You can make a motion to do so, yes.
It's a simple amendment. It makes sense. It doesn't increase the amount.
We can't actually, I'm sorry, we can't do the merits of it, but we can do a motion to send.
Thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate you listening to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer. And Mr. Parks' motion to move it to committee? Okay. Is there a second from Ms. Hahn? All right. We'll take that motion up first on what is before us. Please open the roll on sending Mr. Weezar's amendment to committee.
To send to
There's a motion on that. Okay. Please open the roll. Yep.
To speak on that.
When we close debate, we can't.
No, I was pressing my button. It didn't open.
Sorry?
I was pressing my button and it didn't say yes. I was trying to press it and it went.
To speak on it?
Yes, to the request. I'm sending it to committee.
We can't argue the merits of that because we called the previous question.
City Attorney, is that correct?
The previous question was called, and the vote was taken on that, and so the debate is ended.
Yeah.
That's just what it does formally. If somebody wants to move to suspend the rules, we can get into that, but otherwise we can't argue it right now. Yes, Mr. Reyes?
To make sure we are responsive to Mr. Councilman Weezar's request, can I ask to suspend the rules just to address what's important to him?
Okay. Why don't we move to suspend the rules? This should be the proper way to do that. There's a second from Ms. Gruhl. Please open the roll on suspending the rules. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And on the motion that Mr. Parks said, Mr. Weezar.
Thank you very much. And this is on whether it should be sent to committee or not, correct?
Correct.
Council members, I do think we should send this to committee because this does a very simple thing. One of the items that has not been talked about today is that this is not only a way to better manage our special events, which is a thing we need to do, and like Councilwoman Gruhl said, we have to do it. It's been on the burner for a long time. But this is also a cost-saving measure. We're going from spending $5 million a year to $2.5 million a year, and that's a good thing, especially in these tough economic times. My amendment, which will now go to committee, is that for every council district that does not spend over the $100,000 allocated to it, right now as the policy stands, it's going to go to the general fund. The amendment recommends that it go to the $1 million citywide fund because we are debating how much these things actually cost. We are just now implementing this, but it's not going to go at the end of the year above the $2.5 million allocated to this new policy. So I think it's a good thing because as we adjust to this new policy, we should have enough funds in the $1 million account just in case we don't spend that much next year and there's need for more funding. We don't have to go through the middle of the year back to the general fund and there's sufficient funding in there. It's a good technical amendment made to make sure that this is not disrupted in the first year that we do this. So we'll discuss it in committee, but I think we could have handled it today and it's just a very simple thing. I think it's a good thing to do. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on the motion? Mr. Smith?
Mr. Weezar, would you add the words "if needed" in there? Because I don't want to just put the money over there if it's not needed. If needed.
I mean, I'm just trying to support this. It's a new thing we're doing. We don't understand how it's going to work, and I think we got to be prepared, as opposed to going back in the mid-year and saying we don't have enough money in this fund.
I understand that, but
yeah,
in the event it's not needed, I don't want it to be sitting there.
Exactly. If needed, actually improves the amendment. Thank you. Well, I'll accept it as a friendly amendment.
Okay. No objection. That will be added to it. Okay. So, anybody else on this? Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to say on all of these accounts, we go through them at the end of the year and we put money where we need it. And to make a judgment today that the $1 million account is going to go void is not a decision we have to make because as we move forward, plus this issue, as we've talked, at least amongst the committee, is this fund should not be rolled over. These are funds that should be for the given fiscal year. If they're not used, they should roll back, and that we adjust all through that year or at the end of the year to make these accounts whole. So to make a judgment today just to move money, if needed, the issue is we don't know whether the $1 million account's going to exhaust. We don't know whether people are going to use all their $100,000 account. We need to just adjust that as we go through. And also, we don't know what the impact of the 50% fee is, whether you get out of a lot of the event in the first place because people are choosing not to pay that fee. So all of these things need to be worked out before we decide how to move money from one account to the other. And again, it's a new system. We don't need to make this prematurely. We need to make it at the end of the year where we could have some judgment as to how this system flows.
Mr. Corsetti.
Just one clarification on this because of how it's worded, Mr. Huizar. It says that unused special event subsidy funds for events in council district that have less than $100,000 in fee waivers, so whatever is left will be allocated to the fund to support subsidies of citywide events to support events in districts that have large amounts of events, not necessarily for those events. So I want to just be clear on what the language is because it seems a little, maybe we can clean that up because it seems to imply that then districts that have a lot of events can use it for their own events the way it's written right here. Yep. So maybe we should send a committee and clear it up. I mean, one of the things I would just say is that one of the things our CLA, our assistant CLA was saying as well is that we can change this as it moves forward. We need to, I think today we want to take action, but we want to be able to have the flexibility to make sure that those things that do generate citywide revenues, those things that are truly small nonprofits, that we can tweak that. But I think we should move that forward, and we kind of had a consensus on that today, and I think we can work this out, but maybe we should make that clear.
Mr. Alarcon and then Mr. Huizar.
Wait a minute. I historically have had the fewest fee waivers and have allocated the smallest amount of money to fee waivers. I've also been a champion for city permits, so I sort of feel stabbed in the back a little bit here. This is going to have a negative impact on my district. And so as this goes to committee, my support for fee waivers hinges on how well my district is treated. So if I get any sense that this is going to negatively impact my district, I may be a very strong opponent to special fee waivers. Let's understand that my district hardly ever, I don't think we've ever used $100,000 in fee waivers. And I believe Councilmember Cardenas, who isn't present here, would stand up and make the same argument because he hardly ever uses this amount of fee waivers. This would transfer the unused special event subsidy funds allocated for events in those districts at less than $100,000, which would be my district, to support events in other districts. And so I'm not going to support something like this, so I'm glad we're referring this to committee because I will be very concerned and would ask Mr. Huizar to sit down with me to explain exactly what is going on here. We've had 100% record, Mr. Huizar, and I don't want to mess that up, so I'm thinking we could probably work something out, but Mr. Huizar and I usually agree 100% of the time, and this may be the first opportunity. Yeah, Ms. Hahn goes, really? Yeah, some people can agree 100% of the time. But in any case, I just
You'll never be able to say that again, yeah.
I just wanted to express my concern. I've been a supporter of fee waivers, yet my district is the lowest in using fee waivers. So if this is considered a taking from my district, I'm going to be very, very concerned about it.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much. And no, Mr. Alarcon, this would not take from your district. And I apologize to those people who did want to move on this item, but now we've opened up another can of worms. Simply put, Mr. Alarcon, if you did not use, and you haven't shown historically to use the $100,000 level, you've been at the $70,000 level or so. As this policy is currently written, those $30,000 would then go back to the general fund at the end of the year. What this proposes is that it go back to the $1 million allocation to citywide events. And Well, that you could propose that. If you wanted to go to stay in your district, propose that. That's not the way it's currently written. And the reason I did that is because as we're moving to this new policy, there are council districts like Ms. Perry's, like myself, and others that have these huge citywide events that we don't want to be, I don't want to be stuck with a tab at the end of the day, whether my district should pay for those or not. It's just a precautionary measure that in the event we do, if, as Mr. Smith said, if we need it, that money will be there. And so it's just, as this is a new policy, as Mr. Zine said, we don't have the full cost of what this really means, and we're going to this new territory. Let's be precautionary and have that money stay there in the event we go over the $1 million mark for citywide events. That's all this does. And I wanted to be respectful of this body when I said I had this amendment. I could have simply have put it in and not discussed it, but I'm always courteous of this body, and I think it's a good thing that we're going to committee. But I would also ask my colleagues to please be respectful. If there's an important item to be made, that you allow that council member to express that, because it is an important decision. We could have had it in and moved on, but I want to be respectful, allow us to discuss it, send it to committee, because I think it's worth discussing. And there's other times to approve it or not approve it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And one of the questions that can be asked in committee is whether or not it is automatic that it goes back to the general fund if there's an action taken by the council to make a determination as to where those funds would go. And that may be an option we can pursue in the committee. So, Mr. Wisar, are you, then you're saying, fine, we'll send it to committee?
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't need to vote on that motion. That will be sent to committee. Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Madam President, for clarification, what committees would that be?
Budget and Finance. I'm sorry, Ms. Hahn, I'm sorry, I wasn't chairing them, so I don't know what the other, was there another suggestion?
Mr. Labange had suggested it go to TCT and Arts.
Okay, so yes, Mr. Parks?
Mr. Labange wanted the whole thing to go to discuss the arts part of the policy itself, but this motion, I think,
is specifically will go to Budget and Finance. Okay.
Yeah.
That will be the order. The other friendly amendments to go to those committees, other committees. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. We're voting on the whole policy, which will ask them to draft the ordinance. And so that is before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next item.
Madam President, there is a special one, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Yes, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam President. I will cite the facts as presented to me by the maker of the motion for the Council's consideration of the adequacy of the findings. Since the posting of today's agenda, City staff finalized the language required by the Department of Justice in order to extend the funding for 6 gang reduction program contracts. Immediate action is required to extend the contracts before December 31st. Council will be in recess after tomorrow. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Thank you. So the findings are before us. Madam Clerk, open the roll on the findings, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. That item is now before us. Anyone wish to speak on this item? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Madam President, that does leave just the closed session items.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Zine?
Move the closed item.
We're going into closed session? Some of them you'd like to go ahead and without consent? I'm having a hard time hearing, so. Okay, are there consent items? No, there's not. All right. We'll go into closed session. Mr. City Attorney, if you could make the notice. Make the notice that we're going into executive session publicly.
Council is going into closed session on items number 80 and 81 pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. See, I didn't know that last part of the 5, whatever it was, number, so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're back in session. We just finished that closed session. And Mr. Clerk?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Post and referred.
Desk is clear.
Wonderful. Are there any announcements? Mr. LeBonge?
Adjourning motion.
Any announcements? All right. Adjourning motions? All please stand for adjourning motions. Adjourning motions. Mr. LeBonge.
Members, I learned from news reports California Highway Patrol officer was tragically killed on the Pomona Freeway. CHP officer patrolman Joseph Sanders yesterday was killed when he was struck by a vehicle directing traffic on the rain-slick 60 freeway in the Hacienda Heights area, Los Angeles County. He's been with the CHP for just 14 months. He served the United States Marine Corps and is a veteran of the Iraq conflict. He's survived by 3 children ages 7, 3, and 10 months, and his wife is pregnant as well. Joseph Sanders was said to be a great Highway Patrol officer, and he lost his life serving the people of California. I ask we all adjourn in his memory.
All members on that matter for the officer Sanders, California Highway Patrol. Any other adjourning motions? Mr. Smith, Councilmember Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Zine. And on behalf of Mr. Zine, myself, and Councilwoman Gruhl, I introduce a resolution asking that we adjourn in memory of Jackie Lamashaw. Jackie Lamashaw was a real activist in the neighborhood councils. Add Mr. Alarcon to that, too, would be great. And I would presume Mr. Cardenas, too, although he's not here today. We'll add all Valley Council members. Jackie was a real trooper in the fight for neighborhood councils, a real leader of neighborhood councils. When neighborhood councils were founded here in the city of LA, she became really a spokesman for neighborhood councils in dealing with some of our biggest departments, primarily the Department of Water and Power, where she became the focal point of the negotiation that created the MOU with neighborhood councils for advanced work with the Department of Water and Power. She also took that same fight to the planning department, where she put together an MOU so that neighborhood councils would be notified as soon as an application was filed within their jurisdiction. And so she was a real thinker in the field of neighborhood councils, someone who was really attuned to what neighborhoods needed and wanted, and an expert in the field of planning, because she and her husband had a company that did planning work. Jackie was a fun person to be with. She was a real energy person. She died at a very young age, I believe, and I have to look at it, I think it was 56, from a complication of Crohn's disease. And so on behalf of all Valley Council members, we ask that you adjourn in the memory of Jackie Lamashaw.
I just add my comments. I've been to Jackie and Robert's home for dinner a number of times. Wonderful members of the Winnetka community, very, very involved in the community activities. Robert, her husband, was an avid motorcycle rider, still an avid motorcycle rider, and recently took a trip for a few weeks with some law enforcement officer from Europe. Just wonderful people. Their home was open to the community. This great, great lady, I had no idea she was ill. It's a shock to the community, but a real pillar in the community, a wonderful, wonderful lady. I think Jackie and Robert have been together for 40 years. Long, long relationship, just a great, great couple, and may she rest in peace. Mr. Alarcon?
I also want to add my comments only because these are two of the finest people I've ever had the pleasure to work with. I should point out, I believe they're staunch Republicans, but well, that's why I thought a Democrat ought to say some nice words. But quite frankly, it was a pleasure to work with Jackie because her and Robert Robert is a straight shooter. She's a straight shooter. When it comes to development issues, they represent smaller developments in the community, but I always found them eager to find solutions. In fact, I believe that her passion for neighborhood councils was driven by her desire to find more clarity in how decisions are made about land use. And they're just very friendly people. When you think of lobbyists who represent developers, nice is not usually one of the words you think of right off the bat. But I have to tell you that Jackie represented niceness in the work that she did, and also her dedication to the community. And so I'm very sad to just hear that Jackie passed away. She was a very dear friend over the many years that I've been on the city council.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. 2 adjourning motions today. Colleagues, I ask that you join me in adjourning for Earl Portlock, who passed away December 10th at the age of 82, and he worked for 33 years at the Port and DWP. And most of us around here, probably all of us, know Earl's daughter, who's Senior Assistant City Attorney Zena Portlock Houston, who gives us labor advice and does an extraordinary job for us for many years. LaTanya Portlock also works in the City Attorney's office. He is survived by his wife, Juanita, and his 2 daughters that I mentioned, and may Earl Portlock, who served the people of Los Angeles so well, rest in peace. I also ask that we adjourn today for Yvonne Docker Lincoln, who is an avid community supporter in the Silver Lake, especially with the Silver Lake Improvement Association, where she contributed to public safety in the Silver Lake area and was a great model community activist. She regularly financially supported the LAPD Service Center on Sunset for a number of years. She was in a nursing home, unfortunately, with failing health for the past 3 years. She succumbed to her cancer on November 26th, and she's survived by her companion, Lucille Jones, and her cousin, Laura Burns. May Yvonne Docker Lincoln rest in peace. Yes, second for Mr. LaBlanche.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Clerk, call the roll. This concludes our meeting for today. Tomorrow will be the final council meeting for